Illusions of social pacification have died for the Israeli state, and the Zionist dream of socio-political integration of the occupied territories is disappearing. On the other hand, the weight of the PLO inside the Palestinian camps is no longer what it was. Now most of its militants have been living in exile in nations far away from the area. The revolt of the young was born spontaneously, not organized by political organizations, so the PLO is doing everything it can these days to recuperate it. The young Palestini no longer believe in the politics of diplomacy acted out by Arafat, nor do they believe that it is enough to carry out some armed action against the Israeli state outside the occupied territories. They mean as they are demonstrating to radicalize the violent social clash precisely in the territories in which they are living. In this sense they are showing a social insurrectionalist practice that is far more dangerous for the stability of the Israeli state than the strikes which, although they cause economic damage, do not worry it in the same way. Threatening the Palestinian workers with hunger or mass sackings has been a tactic that has always worked up till now. All the same, although the PLO has been greatly weakened, the same cannot be said for the Islamic religion, which seems to be strengthening itself behind the scenes of the conflict. The main internal danger for the young Palestinians is precisely that of the taking root of Islamic integralism within their ranks, shown by the fact that the religious caste has, for its own ends of power, unconditionally supported the revolt. The Palestinian worthies are not coming out into the streets, but they are there, waiting like vultures to take the place of the Israelis. A dark shadow falls over the liberation struggle that is taking place today by the Palestinian people in revolt. It is the will to form a new state, either secular or religious, depending on the forces that prevail. What is to be hoped therefore is that the armed clash in this insurrectionalist movement should deepen in such a way that the question does not simply concern itself with the institution of a new state, but of going beyond such a miserable political horizon, and with it the reproduction of capitalist modes of production. The young Palestinians, acting directly without leaders, self-managing their struggle, could in fact take this road, utopian as it might seem, having already put the old PLO leader Arafat in crisis. To a journalist interviewing him, asking who was their leader, a Palestinian boy replied, "Whoever has a stone in his hand." But now they must also put the Ayatollah of fundamentalist Islam in crisis to widen their horizons of real liberation. pp. Leaflet given during a blockade of the Cariplo agency in Milan on January 2, 9 in solidarity with the Palestinians in struggle. Who says you can die for a state at the age of 12? Who believes that behind the stones thrown and the bottles launched against the Israeli soldiers there is the desire to see oneself represented in a parliament of Palestinian politicians? Who has an interest in making us believe that the objective of this insurrection is that of substituting the Bible-thumping baton wielders with those with the Quran, the double-breasted bosses with those in kaftans? What is the real reason for the goading reports that the radio, TV, and newspapers are reserving for the events taking place in the Gaza Strip? The same attention reserved to the Iran-Iraq war when the dead were hundreds each day. Or when the Italian fleet was heading in that direction. A true bombardment of news, all filtered however through common sense. The journalists are always ready to condemn excess on one side or the other. Always ready to exalt any diplomatic solution that puts things in a democratic framework. Always ready to erase, deny, any hypothesis that goes against the present state of affairs. In South Africa, the strikes in the mines or the revolts in the ghettos, in their reporting is always inspired by unions or because of the color of their skins. We never got news from Iran and Iraq of all the proletarians on each side who were hanged because they refused to fight in a war they did not feel a part of. The solution of the Palestinian problem is to be found in the recognition of the inalienable right to a state led, naturally, by the PLO. No, we don't agree, we don't believe anything anymore. Whoever comes out into the streets in the occupied territories of Israel as in South Africa, does it to rebel against the material conditions that capital imposes on their lives. Conditions that in order to be reproduced require social peace, the elimination of any conflictuality that is not symbolic. But we are not interested in symbols. We know perfectly well that the system of capital is our enemy and survives thanks to men who are quite identifiable, and to precise structures such as the banks. These are the final links of a chain that supports the continuation of oppression and exploitation. It does so with precise instruments, such as the International Monetary Fund, that organize exchange of goods and the subsequent starving of entire peoples. Only if it is carried to within the class struggle will the struggle of the Palestinians be our struggle. Leoncavallo Social Center, Milan. Breaking out of the ghetto. The struggles taking place in the inner city ghettos are afoot and misunderstood as mindless violence. The young struggling against exclusion and boredom are advanced elements of the class clash. The ghetto walls must be broken down, not enclosed. The young Palestinians throwing stones at the Israeli army rightly have the sympathy and solidarity of comrades who see them in their just struggle for freedom from their colonial oppressors. When we see even the very young of Belfast throwing stones at British soldiers, we have no doubt about their rebellion against the Issue 421. Occupying army whose tanks and barbed wire enclose their ghettos. There is an area of young people today, however, who find themselves in just as hard a battle against their oppressors, who find themselves constantly emarginated and criminalized. These young people do not find themselves fighting a liberation struggle against an external invader, but are immersed in an internal class struggle that is so mystified that its horizons are unclear even to themselves. This war is taking place within what have come to be known as the inner cities of Britain, areas that are now recognized by the class enemy, the capitalists, with the monarchy leading, and the state in all its forms, as the most fragile part of the class society, one that could open up the most gigantic crack and give way to unprecedented violence. The young struggling for survival from exclusion and boredom in the deadly atmosphere of the ghettos of the 80s are in fact among the most advanced elements in the struggle in Britain. As such, they find themselves surrounded by a sea of hostility and incomprehension, even by those who in terms of their official class positions should be their comrades in struggle. No trade union or left-wing party has anything to say about their struggle. They are among the first to criminalize it and relegate its protagonists to the realm of social deviance, perhaps with the distinguishing variable that instead of the short sharp shock treatment they prefer to employ an army of soft cops and social psychiatrists. The anarchist movement itself, anti-authoritarian by definition and revolutionary in perspective, has so far produced nothing tangible as a project of struggle which encompasses the real anarchists, the visceral anti-authoritarians. The forms the violence from the ghettos takes does not have the content of moral social activity that anarchists want to find. This cannot emerge spontaneously from situations of brute exploitation such as exist in the urban enclosures. Suggestions such as those of taking this morality into the ghettos, which are then to be defended and self-managed, in our opinion are quite out of place. They ring of the old take over the city slogans of 122. Lotta Continua years ago, now just as dead as that organization itself. The problem is not self-managing the ghettos, but breaking them down. This can only come about through clear indications of a class nature, indicating objectives in that dimension and acting to extend the class attack. The article by the Plymouth Comrades gives an indication of what is happening in most major and many smaller cities in Britain today. These events do not reach the headlines. In fact, most of what happens is not reported at all. Clearly, the conditions of the clash are very different to those where the presence of a tangible outside enemy has clarified the position of the whole of the exploited against the common enemy. There is no doubt in Sharpeville or Palestine or Belfast about what happens to those who collaborate with the police. In this country, on the contrary, the fact that the latter have made inroads into gaining the active collaboration of people within the ghettos themselves shows the barriers of fear and incomprehension that exist and divide the exploited in one area. Levels of cultural and social mystification have succeeded to some extent in confusing class divisions. By defining the violence of the young in pathological or ethnic terms, the latter find themselves isolated and ostracized even by those who are nearest to them in terms of exploitation. The dividing line is a fine one, however, and it can take only a mass confrontation with the forces of order to demonstrate to all where the real enemy lies. This happened in the Brixton riots, for example, where parents, seeing the police brutality at close hand, immediately moved from a tacit consensus to open antagonism towards them. Maintaining consensus from people who have very little to gain from the social order involves a complex network of media, social workers, school teachers, community leaders, community police, etc., all of whom are recognized as being in positions of authority. That authority is tolerated unwillingly today. It could break down completely tomorrow. Our work must therefore be in the direction of continually clarifying and extending the class attack by identifying and striking objectives that are easily attainable and comprehensible in the perspective of breaking down the walls of the ghettos and opening up a perspective of mass action against the common enemy. J. W. Prison. As anarchists, we are against all prisons. Mass breakouts, individual escapes, attacks on prisons under construction, counter-information are some of the struggles that come from this area of ultimate restraint by capital and the state. However, with the restructuring of capital, we can also see the beginnings of what will be a vast restructuring of prison as it manifests itself today. The prison of the future will extend over the whole territory. Old ideas of social correction, when it was believed that detention would alter behavior, will come to be substituted by the ideology of control and consensus. The enclosed space gives little guarantee of control. Apart from increasing social tension, the traditional type of prison is becoming more and more contradictory and expensive. Easier to build a wall around the dominant class. Not a brick wall, but a wall of diversity of language, values, perspective, culture, etc. It won't be easy to scale this wall. As for the irreducibles, those who continue to show signs of danger for the state's plans of control, there will always be the traditional prisons, increasingly isolated, increasingly super, and increasingly special. Physical annihilation will take the place of social orthopedics in those cases. Prison will return to its old role of being a rational system for securing the death of the prisoner in the shortest possible time. The illusions of the Enlightenment will disappear forever. But apart from this minority of irreducibles, what interests power is the control of the great mass of exploited. And this control will necessarily come about in a consensual way, not in an obligatory or violently contradictory way. The first objective to be reached, therefore, will be that of participation. The greatest number of people will be enclosed in a project of recuperation at all levels. They will have the illusion that they are participating in the management of public affairs, in the programming of their own lives. Social structures will all be based on participation, while at the same time a small part of them will be kept secret and function with anything but participatory aims. Production will undoubtedly be made easier, with lighter shifts, but a net separation will come about between the included who give orders and the excluded who will have to carry them out. Education will come about through mass schooling, which will perfect the mechanism of exclusion, supplying a reduced language and a constructed culture deliberately for the excluded, but at the same time there will be places for the privileged where instruction will be supplied at very high levels precisely to make the continuation of the division into classes possible. From the urbanistic point of view, the life of the city will also be restructured by breaking up the ghetto areas and replacing them with dormitory suburbs, social dispersion where people manage their own alienation. The classes of privileged will be elsewhere, closed in their incomprehensibility as far as the excluded are concerned. In a society that is so deeply controlled, where the fundamental division into classes, between included and excluded, is camouflaged by a participation at all levels, parliamentary, trade union, education, work, health, administration, it will no longer be possible to speak of repression in traditional terms. Murder by media. On March 20, 30-year-old James Connolly was found dying in a pool of blood in Walworth, South London. A labourer, he had been in England for just 4 weeks, his home being in Galway, Eire. He had gone out to buy cigarettes. Issue 4123. And was stabbed and beaten to death, probably because of his strong Irish accent. This comes as a direct result of the crescendo of anti-Irish hysteria reached by the press following the spontaneous crowd reaction against the sudden eruption of two British soldiers at an IRA militant's funeral in Belfast driving at speed into the crowd, armed, in plain clothes, and the context of the massacre that had taken place 2 days before. He is not the victim of media-incited hatred of the Irish people. A 52-year-old Irish woman was stabbed to death outside a Birmingham pub at the same time, following a row about the same event. In their delay in handing over the video film of the event, the local BBC boss tried to maintain a position of the media's independence from the state. In fact, he was only trying to save his own skin. There are constant media attacks on the exploited of Ireland through stereotyping, Irish jokes, political fiction, e.g. TV plays depicting English housewives being blown up by explosives planted in milk bottles by the IRA, misreporting, mystification, all with the underlying theme that being Irish is equivalent to being a crazy violent psychopath. Without this indispensable work by the media, the British Army would not have been able to continue its colonial repression, the beatings, the shootings, killing of children with rubber bullets, body searches, barbed wire. All this, filtered through media lies and distortions, are made to seem to the differently but equally exploited of mainland oppression, to seem not only normal but necessary. Real internationalist solidarity with the exploited of Ireland must not only include active counter-information but a decided attack on the structures of the media, class war propaganda machine of the state. Sabotage against the BBC. 4 high school pupils had no intentions of playing the game and asking any questions of the establishment pundits. They were all suspended after cutting a cable and wrecking a live broadcast of BBC 4's Any Questions at William Farr High School near Lincoln. 124. Theoretical clarity. A radical critique of the Labour Party's swindling, embroiling and repressing of workers and exploited for the most part of this century, reached home in the form of a brick through Neil Kinnock's front window. A china ornament was smashed. Black liberation. An incendiary device was found on an estate in Pendeford, Wolverhampton just before Home Office Minister John Patten was due to arrive to launch a campaign to cut crime in Britain's inner cities. A call to a local newspaper explained, "If the police do not stop their oppressive surveillance of the black community, we will continue our struggle until one of them is dead." Already in March last year an incendiary device was found outside the Wolverhampton Civic Centre. In July a car wired with a bomb was left outside the Birmingham Road police station, and in November a police car was petrol bombed when it responded to a hoax call. The Black Liberation Front has also claimed the launching of bricks through the windows of the homes of former Wolverhampton Council Labour leader John Bird, and that of a black councillor Mel Chevan Reeves. These actions follow the death of Clinton McKerben, murdered in February last year by police who were arresting him. Needless to say, local black leaders whose role is to placate the black population, especially the young, controlling and rechanneling their liberatory needs into harmless repetitive enactment within a tightly ghettoized mentality, have condemned and taken a distance from these attacks with cries of agent provocateurs, fascists and such like, showing their own racism by stating that no black group would want to attack black leaders and politicians. Why not? Direct action against Shell in Holland. One day early in March, the Shell petrol pumps in over 20 Dutch towns were damaged in protest against the company's refusal to stop dealing with South Africa. Petrol hoses were cut, self-service machines wrecked, and the slogans "Shell Blood" and "Shell Supports Apartheid" were painted at the sites. Rioting in Shaftesbury Avenue. English football fans fought police and smashed shop windows in Shaftesbury Avenue on the day of the England/Holland football match. Later, at the match itself, police in riot gear came under a barrage of cans by about 500 English supporters outside the stadium. Burn every political perspective. Every cultural alternative. Discover your subversive singularity. Don't be manipulated by the behaviorist codes of the normalisers and disciplinarians. Claim your individual autonomy as a starting point for the complete overthrow of existing society. Subvert the caged imagery dictated by the media and let your imagination dance free beyond taboos and inhibitions. The spectacle adorns itself with corpses that submerge reality under structural ghosts, congealing passion and life within the prefabricated scenario of terror which like gangrene spreads its death song. Don't be caged into collective alienation, that mental prison of capital and state. To see it shatter won't be a happy sight for them. Freedom demands the unlimited destruction of power, the destruction of their world forged on the chains of sacrifice and suffering of millions. Life is rebelling and reclaiming its dues. Issue 4125, Issue 5 OCTOBER 1988. Editorial. The passage to post-industrial capitalism is not complete. It is a thorny road, opening up new contradictions which previous forms of exploitation that nailed masses of people to the workplace were able to suffocate. What little remains of the traditional workforce is still being tailored down through early retirements and redundancies. Those for whom there is still a place are finding themselves accomplices to a production process that demands no strike deals and even no union presence at all. The rest of the exploited have become a mobile army of underpaid, unskilled workers, students or unemployed. The single individual sometimes finds him/herself adopting these different roles in rotation, seeing no outlet on the horizon, facing a future of vague questions that hold no apparent solution. The absence of the great military-style factories has led to a mass regimentation into leisure centers, football stadiums, discos, mega-concerts, etc., to dilute and channel frustrations and aspirations into these modern-day enclaves. To some extent they are succeeding, but the containment is far from being complete. The much-publicized rural violence, inner-city riots and football hooliganism are the arenas where some of the deeper contrasts of this project of cultural and social annihilation, and the blind, inarticulate struggle to be, are expressing themselves. It is clear then that the new structure of capital that is emerging is also defining the conditions of the struggle. The state's aim is to render the latter impotent, but the ineliminable fact of exploitation makes that impossible. What is being eliminated is the old concept of struggle within the factory gates. At best it is now taking place outside them, after the key has been thrown away. That does not mean the struggle has become redundant. It means we have to open our eyes to see where it really is taking place. Nor does it mean that the struggle at the factory gate has lost its validity. It hasn't if it is taken away from the logic of union bargaining and linked to the whole social process. In this context, anarchist dreams of building huge organizations in order to expropriate the means of production and put them to good social use for the benefit of all, refer to a reality that no longer exists. They are based on a sentimental link with the past and have no bearing on what is happening today or will happen in the future. To take over the capitalist system of production today would be to inherit a militarily planned, death-orientated structure which could never be put to good social use. First, because we do not possess the language with which to use it. Second, because there can be no good use of a network of data and technology whose sole purpose is power and the accumulation of knowledge related to that technology. Anything else is marginal and subjugated to this project. There is nothing left but to destroy it all, and from this to build a new world with man as its point of reference. To flank trade union conflicts that arise from the restructuring of capital, without bringing a new element into these conflicts that aims to take them beyond their uniquely political nature, can only fuel illusions among those who are paying a high price for their new misery. Comrades who see these struggles as the privileged sector for intervention and go into them acritically, bear considerable responsibility. Various factors come to play: illusion, ignorance, a sense of guilt, the refusal to see the need for analysis, the need to feel the immediate satisfaction of striking a few cops, and so on. Another reason is the conformism within some areas of the movement to a kind of workerist fundamentalism that reduces comrades to enacting a parody of party politics, with the variant that they are less efficient, and adhere to different, but just as rigid, rules of behavior and costume. They condemn the actions of individuals or small groups as irrational or elitist. In this way a preventive censorship is taking place within the movement, in the attempt to ensure that order remains within the ranks, that nothing will happen to rock the boat of a reasonably planned. Issue 5127. Painstakingly structured phantom that in some way, somehow, sometime, is to take humanity into a new world of freedom and creativity. Then there are those who do act, who do appreciate the value of the small group, the simple action, the superfluity of organization without action. These groups have given a considerable methodological contribution to the struggle. What they lack is a social and class perspective, with the result that their actions, no matter how well prepared and successful in the immediate sense, fall into the logic of reformism due to the comrades' obtusity in seeing the struggle in one single issue. Here we can include the active part of the feminist movement, the anti-nuclear activists, the ecology direct action groups, animal liberation groups, radical homosexuals, etc. On the one hand we have fear of the freedom to make decisions and act on one's own initiative and responsibility. On the other, the fear of moving into a radical critique of the whole of social relations. There is nothing abnormal about these fears. They are a more than normal product of society under capitalism. They can be overcome. Not all at once. But the construction of the self that has been stolen from us can only come about through acting now, in a perspective of revolutionary totality. A question of class. Contrary to what many believe, class is not a Marxist concept. VV/IL we reject the Marxist claims to the historic role of the industrial working class above all the other exploited. It is obvious that society is still divided into opposing classes. The terms of this division are changing with the modification of capital. It is important to recognize this in order to address our attack towards the right objectives in the struggle. Many anarchists believe that the idea of class is a Marxist concept, therefore they have no interest in it and they try to work out other ways of accounting for social divisions. These divisions clearly exist. Conflict and suffering dominate present-day reality. The great masses who support the profiteers and their henchmen are barely managing to survive. 128. Themselves. It is therefore necessary to trace the outlines of the groupings or individuals who share the same economic, political, and cultural social situation, no matter how difficult that may be. It is true that the term class has been dominated by Marxist mystification for the past 40 years. This is not so much in Marx's identification of classes, as his claim that the industrial working class is historically destined to bring about not only its own liberation, but also that of the whole of humanity, through the guidance of the party that represents it. Any anarchist can see how absurd and mistaken this concept of class is. But we should remember that this is not so much to do with the concept of class, as the deterministic and messianic role that was thrust upon the industrial working class. We think that the concept of class is not only valid, but necessary. It is an instrument to guide us through the flux of the various aspects of social reality. What we are not interested in are the mystical claims about the destiny of the industrial working class. One thing we can say with certainty is that the productive structures that defined class divisions in the recent past are now undergoing profound changes. What is also certain is that although different in many respects, a conflict that is just as bitter is being reproduced. The problem is to see how this is happening. What are we dealing with today? What marks the boundary between the dominating part of humanity and the rest? This is such an important question that it puts the need to study intermediate strata into second place for the time being. Equally unimportant, for the time being, is the need to consider a repartition into 3 or more classes. What interests us now is the progressive disappearance of traditional class divisions and the emergence of a new one. Clearly such an argument needs more space than we can dedicate to it here, but we shall do the best we can. The preceding class division was based on a lack. There was something that was considered the common good that was divided into unequal parts. The class in power took possession of the greater part of this good, commonly known as wealth, and from this unjust profit drew the means to continue exploitation and domination. In the first place, these were the cultural and ideological means on which a whole scale of values was based and which condemned the expropriated mass to what seemed an irreversible situation. In fact, the profound contradictions within the system itself had just as radical effect on it as the struggle against such forms of domination. Recurring social problems were solved by improving working conditions. The situation was becoming intolerable for capital, and it had to strengthen its structures by increasing collaboration between states. But it has been advanced technology that has made a decisive impact by making the restructuring of production possible. We are now heading towards a radically different situation. The question of lack is becoming more hazy, while the question of possession is emerging. Class difference is no longer created by not possessing as much as the other, but by the fact, unique in the history of mankind, that one part possesses something that the other does not. To understand this better, we must remember that in the past the exploited class always possessed something, even if it was only their working strength, i.e. their capacity to produce. They were always forced to sell it, that is true, and often at a very low price, but the other side always needed it. The bargaining could even reach the point of these miserable vendors of their labor power being grabbed by the scruff of the neck, but no one could deny that the working class had a possession that was part of the same scale of values as that of the dominant class. In the past, exploiters and exploited faced each other, also within the considerable range of class stratifications, on the basis of a possession that was common to both, but owned unequally. Now one side possesses something that the other does not, and never will. This thing is technology, the technological management of dominion, the construction of an exclusive language belonging to a class of included. They are surrounding themselves with a great wall that is far higher than the one in the past that consisted of material wealth and was defended by bodyguards and safes. This wall will be a radical separation, so clear-cut as to be incomprehensible, in the short term to those who do not find themselves within the process of inclusion. The remainder, the excluded, will become a class of external beneficiaries, capable only of using secondary technology and perfectly instrumental to the project of dominion. The excluded part of humanity will not be able, at least for a very long time to come, to realize what has been taken from them, because it will be a product that no longer belongs to the same scale of values. In building this new and, they hope, final separation, they are also building a new moral code that no longer belongs to the same scale of values, a kind of moral code that it no longer intends to share with others, with those who belong to the world of the excluded. In the past, the Achilles heel was precisely this moral code. It was useful in many ways towards ensuring a better control, but it often resulted in the exploiters feeling the hot breath of their followers on the back of their necks. So this new situation that is on the road to completion is building new class structures but is not abolishing the concept of class. This is not a question of terminology, but an operational necessity. At the moment, the concept of class and class conflict seem quite adequate for indicating the processes of social structures and how they function. In the same way, it is still possible to use the concept of class consciousness in the face of the increasing difficulty that the excluded are faced with concerning their own condition of exclusion. Every revolutionary strategy we can imagine for resistance against the process of restructuring in course should bear in mind the modifications that are underway and, within certain limits, the stratification within the classes themselves. Perhaps in this early phase the margins of the included class, the enemy class, are not easy to define. We will therefore have to address our attack towards objectives that are more obvious. But this is only a question of documentation and analysis. Issue 5. What is more important at this stage is to show that discussions on terminology are not going to solve the problem of finding the enemy and unmasking it. A persistence in doing this merely hides the incapacity to act. AMB. Against technology. A revolutionary project must comprehend the destruction of all the structures that have been built by capital A perspective that comes to save the technological aspect of present-day capitalism, believing it can be put to good social use, would mean to conserve a system of knowledge that has come from military research. Revolution cannot come about only in the parts of social reality we do not like. It also means opening up new spheres of human knowledge. A perspective based on the need to completely destroy technology is confusing to many comrades, and a considerable number of them are refuse to accept it. They find it more reasonable and realistic to consider only the problem of destroying so-called hard technology, kinds of nuclear armaments, asbestos, etc. They consider soft technology, electronics, information technology, etc., socially useful and think they will be able to make good use of it in the future, as though the latter could be detached from the logic of domination that produced and developed it. In this way, comrades are demonstrating an enlightened positivist attitude to science. They claim the instruments produced by technological and scientific knowledge are neutral, and only criticize the bad social use that power puts them to. We think, on the contrary, that the instruments created by power cannot fail to obey the logic that created them. They are totally functional to its aims no matter who uses them and in spite of any apparent advantages they might bring to society. We are against those who are always trying to justify things, saying that there is some good at the base of everything, and it deserves to be preserved. Moreover, we think it is useful to place an element of doubt into the swamp of certainties and commonplaces that abound. Those who maintain there is an absolute need for existing technology are the bosses, governors, and their multitude of servants. They all have good reason for doing so, no doubt. Comrades, on the other hand, should have just as good reasons for always being suspicious of such attitudes. Things become tragic when we see an identity of viewpoint between those in power and those struggling against it. All the base technology that is used in every field of social life today comes from military research. Its civil use obeys this logic far more than we immediately understand. Until now, all we have succeeded in demonstrating has been the precise, scientific, authoritarian project at organizational level. It is important to understand the unconscious mechanisms that operate at mass level, allowing the power structure to overcome people's initial rejection and gain their full support. Only a few to want to safeguard some technologies over others is to put an obstacle in the way of the destruction of the whole order of dominion. People contest cybernetic command. The general tendency is a feeling of inevitability. It is coming to be considered indispensable, therefore socially useful. Anyone who points out the need for the total destruction of the technological apparatus produced by capital is passed off as an irresponsible madman who wants to take civilization back to the Stone Age. This does not have to be the case, if one thinks about it. Present-day technology is the practical result of a form of knowledge that matured during capital's industrial development. It is always motivated by those who are in power. To want to safeguard some technologies over others is to put an obstacle in the way of the total destruction of the whole productive order of dominion. It also means to put a limit on revolutionary action and maintain an ambiguous social relationship with such structures. So those who, although they say they are revolutionary, support the need to safeguard part of capital's productive technology, do not see that in doing so they are lending a hand to the declared reformists. The latter, more coherently, support a continual modification of all the organisms of power in such a way that the system is always functional and updated to meet the new needs of domination and social change. Our radical project to destroy technology must be within the revolutionary process, and we should put no limits on the course of this or circumscribe it to within our presently limited knowledge. The problem of a contemporary social revolution cannot be resolved with recourse to the knowledge that has been acquired until now and which is limited by the interests of power. We are against those who see present-day knowledge as something that has reached its conclusion. As for how things stand now, the so-called scientists who are studying artificial intelligence or the application of present-day technology in other fields, are in fact scientific workers. They are highly specialized in one sector, the scientific one, but most of them are unaware of what is happening in other fields of research, not to mention the rest of society which they often neglect completely in their aseptic laboratories. THIRD scientific workers think greatly resembles the machines they project. They apply binary logic and are basically incapable of thinking beyond this. There is no creative reasoning, they cannot bring any development of thought into the field of knowledge. It is only our ignorance that makes us consider them great brains. This is an important factor that should be gone into further. Scientists are in fact the new intermediate class produced by the technological revolution. The greatest discoveries have always been made when the principle of authority was absent or vacillating at all levels, as happened at the beginning of the century, and this also applies to the field of science. We cannot be revolutionaries concerning only the one social structure we do not accept, but must be so in all fields, including the scientific one. The dominating order we want to destroy has roots everywhere, therefore should be attacked everywhere. The only attitude to have towards the bosses of science is that of discerning what they are hiding behind all the things that seem innocuous and humane to the profane public. This is very important as we are used to being aware of only the most noticeable and superficial things around us. The bosses and their servants take great care to show us certain things, just enough to capture our innate curiosity, pushing us to look at things that in reality are of no importance. We thus miss out the most important things that are brought about without our knowledge, to our cost. We should not underestimate the enemy's intelligence. The aim of those who dominate is to use all the scientific instruments that present-day scientific knowledge has to offer, not to alleviate suffering but to continue it within a set of relations that are modified from time to time. Capital and state find themselves obliged to carry out this incessant modification because of the unrelenting struggle that the proletariat carry on against them daily. In fact, notwithstanding the great transferal of wealth that takes place every day in the attack on the exploited, it would not take much for the latter to thwart the bosses' projects. Once they show their intention to destroy things radically, revolutionaries gain an immeasurable advantage, as the attack on the state and capital becomes one that knows no limits and intends to concede nothing to the enemy. This is why it is necessary to destroy the entire technological apparatus, beyond the use that anyone may think to make of it in the future. It will prevent the struggle from falling into the trap laid by the radical reformists who, from the partial destruction of the structures of domination, have made the starting point for restructuring. We are therefore against those who support political criticism, even in the field of science, because such a critique always tries to reduce the reasons for radical opposition to a simple question of detail concerning certain operative choices. In this way the supporters of the political critique are looking for adjustment and compromise with the class enemy who is intelligently disposed to formally modifying its own position, with the aim of reconstructing a new, more rational consensus around the threatening institutions. Issue 5/131. No fetish should remain in our minds. If we have had the strength to build ourselves 1,000 chains, we also have the power to break them. The decision to push ourselves beyond the barriers of prejudice and taboo is up to us. Pierleone Porcu. Pinelli, N19 on. An ex-Lata Continue militant has accused himself and 3 others of being responsible for the death of Pinelli's executioner, Police Commissioner Dabarisi, in 1972. The question is not whether the or accused are responsible for this act, so much as at the time, there was a general feeling among comrades that Pinelli's murder had been avenged. A few weeks ago, an ex-Lata Continua militant, Leonardo Marino, presented himself to a Milan judge and confessed to having participated, along with others, in the execution of the political police commissioner Luigi Calabresi 16 years ago. Comrades will remember that it was Calabresi who was in charge of the interrogation of anarchist Giuseppe Pinelli on December 16 when the comrade was said to commit suicide by falling out of the top-floor window of the police headquarters in Milan. Other elements of the political police and the secret services were also present. Certainly, it was nothing new then, nor is it now, for police interrogators to use methods of convincing that result in the death of those undergoing them. Not to mention the systematic use of torture of every variety that is used as a matter of course to force confessions out of proletarians. What happened then in the Milan police headquarters that makes the case of Pinelli particular? One must remember the climate of the times. The events of '68 were still fresh. The hot autumn of 1969, where the struggles around the renewal of wages contracts were escaping the control of the trades unions. The anarchists, perhaps more for their potential role as a 132 point of reference in the future than their real presence in these struggles, had to be presented as scapegoats. As always, when the state sees itself threatened, when the usual methods of maintaining consensus are no longer sufficient, it sets its reserve bodies in motion: fascists, death squads, military coups, etc. In this case it was a combination of fascists and secret services which produced the bomb which exploded in the Banca dell'Agricoltura in Piazza Fontana, Milan on December 12, 1969. That same day the chemical industry union signed the CONF Industria wages contract, thus breaking the workers' front. The state feared the reaction of the mechanical sector, and needed to create a diversion that would at the same time capture the attention of the whole country, and create a climate of fear aimed at pushing the workers back into the ranks of the trades unions. That wasn't enough. Public attention had to be turned towards and against the anarchists. Valpreda and 2 other anarchists were arrested. Pinelli was summoned for questioning and put to silence. In fact, Calabrese was already renowned for his interrogation technique, making his victims sit on the window ledge of his room and inviting them to throw themselves down onto the pavement below. When Calabrese was later executed, there was a general sense of relief and vindication among comrades. Pinelli's murder had been avenged. Now the latest Pentito has appeared on the scene, accusing himself and 3 other ex-militants of Lotta Continua: Adriano Soffri, ex-national leader of the organization; Giorgio Pietro Stefano, ex-director of the Servizio di Ordine; and Ovidio Bompresi. The first 2 he claims gave orders for the action to take place; the latter, he claims, was the person who shot Calabrese. All 3 totally reject Marino's accusations. Sabotage against Shell. Shell is one of the few multinationals that are openly continuing to work in South Africa, supporting and guaranteeing its racist government. The many attacks against the company's petrol stations in Holland and Sweden can be seen as revolutionary solidarity in the struggle against apartheid and the multinationals. Shell held a shareholders' meeting in Holland at the beginning of 1988. Demonstrators mingled with the ordinary shareholders and protested against Shell's involvement in South Africa. At the end of the meeting, Shell's board of directors unanimously decided that under no circumstances would they be leaving South Africa. As one of the directors puts it in an internal letter, Shell is trying to develop commercially and work in accordance with existing laws in a way that responds to society in a socially responsible way. The most important contribution that the company can make to society and to the material progress of the countries where it exists, is by being as efficient as possible. In spite of these grand statements, things are beginning to go downhill for Shell. They are beginning to feel the boycott campaign that is going on in Holland, Sweden, Denmark, Norway, and the USA. It is only in Sweden, Norway, and Denmark that the boycott has led to noticeable losses for Shell, however. In Denmark, for example, the boycott began in 1986. In spite of that, a spokesman for Danish Shell says in Politiken, a Danish daily, Ori May 11, that the boycott has not affected them economically, but that the sabotage has cost the company large sums of money. Such a speech should not be taken too literally, as it is hardly in Shell's interest to incite people to sabotage. It is more an attempt to put an end to the boycott campaign by making it seem ineffective. But both methods are important in order to try to force Shell to their knees. Some forms of dissent have been crushed in the past, and that is why it is necessary to have a clear ideological position. The ISAK, Swedish anti-apartheid movement, have been backing this campaign of dissuasion by talking about good and bad forms of resistance to apartheid, and could end up condemning themselves if Shell continues to make similar accusations. Beyond sectarianism. When Joyce Mikisi met Brandt, she pointed out that sectarianism is a great problem within the solidarity organizations in Western Europe. We met her when she was on a world tour to seek support for the release of the Sharpeville Six. Joyce's brother is one of them, and in her attempt to save them she has met many different groups, some of which seem to have very little political awareness. For example, some of them seem to think in terms of the good capitalist, says Joyce, but as a socialist I can see for instance that Shell is a big multinational company. Regardless of whether they still exploit people in South Africa or not, they are still exploiting people, and you should never accept that. So it is not enough for there to be a few reforms in South Africa, which is what a large part of the world still believes. A fundamental change and a new society is necessary. Unsuccessful offensive against anti-Shell activists. Of course, Shell directors are not just sitting on their bottoms waiting for the boycott to have an effect. In their attempt to face it, they are organizing large campaigns and trying to enlist the support of the most important petrol consumers by giving them discounts or donating money to charities. Since 1986, Shell have been consulting with Pagan International, J Specialises in combating consumer boycotts against large companies. At the same time, the police in Denmark and Holland have begun an offensive against Shell activists. Among other things, there have been numerous raids and house searches. They have been pulling people into the police station in the hope of forcing out confessions, though this has had little result. The police in Holland have been working on this for the past few years. Until 1986 there were two sections that dealt with political activism, the CRI, which is a political bureau, and a special anti-gang squad. Work between them was loosely connected, but then on the orders of the Home Office, they began closer collaboration under the LCT, the national organ under which they worked together. The trial period began in January 1986, immediately following 2AC. Issue 5-133. Shins by RERA, the Revolutionary Anti-Racist Secession Group. This group has carried out actions against Shell and Macro, among others. LCT consists of a tactical division, responsible for daily work of going through cases, b. a technical division which assists the previous one, c. a forensic department for examining fingerprints, press releases, etc., d. an administrative department, and e. a search group that operates 24 hours a day. Since the beginning of 1986 there have been 350 police working on political activism daily, and so far they have spent 180 million guilder, about £50 million. The Minister of Justice has stated that for the attempt to become permanent the LCT must produce some results, but so far they have produced little. In conclusion, one could say they know a lot about people who carry out secessions, and sometimes they succeed in tracking them down. But so far they have only succeeded in arresting 5 people. 3 were arrested due to bad luck and because of bad planning, not because of the work of the police in tracking them down. 1 person was arrested while carrying out an anti-Shell action, and right now 1 person is in prison following a large number of raids. There is no proof against them, and the other 8 who were taken in at the same time have since been released. The Parliamentary Justice Commission in Holland, which held a meeting on March 28, has confessed in an internal letter that they have exceeded the limits of the law in order to try to arrest people. A global attack. So, what conclusions can you draw from all this? Well, if you don't talk shit on the telephone, if you don't leave fingerprints, if you don't keep the typewriter on which you write the press releases in your home, and your place is clean in other respects so that the police can raid you whenever they please without finding any evidence, then you can conclude that you can keep going indefinitely. Actions of sabotage against Shell in Sweden alone have cost Shell millions of kronas, but Shell is a big multinational company, and even if they are worried about this wave of sabotage, more is required in order to force them to leave. 134. South Africa. All companies are insured and it is the insurance companies that are being hit most, but of course Shell has to pay the premium, and the day they become such bad customers for the insurance company that they refuse to insure them, then Shell will have to pay every penny themselves. So, if the anti-Shell activists are serious, it will take more than a few broken windows to make the company fall. One view of the Shell activists that has been put out by the media is that sabotage is an end in itself. The sound of breaking glass, the fragrance of petrol fumes, and an action reported in the press. This way of treating activists as hooligans who just can't sit still, is a conscious attempt by the mass media, who are brutally moving public opinion in the direction they want to silence a way of thinking that is different to that of the traditional left. I don't call it hooliganism to go from words to action in one's own area, in one's community, acting in solidarity with other groups struggling in other countries and other parts of the world. When a person is prepared to take a long sentence for attacking a system that is wrong, this cannot be seen as courting the media. If you understand how the structures of the capitalists are built up and how the big companies are weaving their nets closer and closer around the world, then you realize that the fight against the system has to be carried out globally. An attack on a Shell station in Svaj, a tiny village in the middle of nowhere, is as important as an attack against a station in Amsterdam, or as important a part of the struggle as a funeral march in South Africa demonstrating their conviction that Botha should fall. As the system is attacked, weakened, and destroyed, so our resistance is strengthened. We decide how we are going to crush oppression, both through discussion and action. We should not, no, cannot censure the resistance of a struggle against the various rulers, and I do not mean just parliament and governments. Shell's secret list, the following, of sabotage that has been carried out against the company is not complete. A blockade in Hudiksvän is not complete. But it does give some idea of how wide the resistance is. Most of these actions are not taken up by the national media, and sometimes not even by the local press. It is important therefore that when you do something, you send information to brand. It is important for the struggle not to be suffocated. Brand. Note, the South African Economica Affairs Ministry has devised a scheme whereby Shell helps the latter break the oil embargo in exchange for exporting quotas of cheap coal. The coal is offloaded in Dutch ports, and distributed throughout Europe afoot being blended with Chinese coal to disguise its origins by changing its calorific value. The coal is then sent to traders in Britain, West Germany, France, and Italy, and is accounted for as Dutch imports. For example, officially recorded imports in the UK in 1986 were 100,000 tons, whereas the Dutch Bureau of Statistics show that in FACT 1 million tons were shipped to Britain via Dutch ports. Against ecology. Against the alternative solutions proposed by the ecologists, we see the only way to approach the problem of ecological devastation is within the context of the subversion of all the relations and values on which the capitalist system is based. Ecology has become the most relevant social phenomenon at mass level in countries in the post-industrial phase. It is also becoming the affair of the century for capital and the state. We must therefore look at what the ecological struggle means both to those involved in it, and to the state and capital who are working to preserve their interests. The ecological struggle has aimed until now at finding alternative solutions capable of redressing the balance of man's destructive relationship with nature and breaking with the logic of technological development based on saccage and devastation. Although the aspirations of the ecologists are right, none of them question the power structure but on the contrary are turning out to be useful to it, enabling it to present itself in a more critical and attractive guise. When separated from the social question, ecology becomes a great occasion for power to build grandiose projects of social integration, exploiting the consensus of the proletarian masses towards the ecologists. The ecological humanitarianism of those who protest against the crazed wasting of resources while millions die of hunger, does not touch capital's post-industrial interests an inch. It becomes an incentive for them in fact to improve their own productive and organizational levels that often lag behind overall levels of industrial development. Has capital become ecological then? Contrary to the ecologists, we think the answer is yes. At the present time capital is looking for new technologies to overcome the imbalance that still exists in processing raw materials. This is happening through an increased rationalization of its instruments of production. That undoubtedly puts a brake on the ecological destruction of the planet, improving the exploitation of resources thanks also to recycling the mountains of refuse that lie unused. The more technologically advanced countries are well ahead in that direction, going towards the creation of a world market linked to soft technology and ecology that represent new frontiers for capital. In the advanced industrial countries, it is the state itself which launches the great campaigns on ecological problems, as it can draw great advantage from the industries which produce instruments for reducing pollution. Another reason is that in this way the state can also guarantee a wider control over society, through the involvement of the great masses who seem to have made this their only form of social involvement. The development of an ecologically sound technology becomes a way for the more advanced states to increase the dependence of the economically weaker countries on them and affect their future development. Hence the need for states and international capital to invest millions of dollars in financing ecological programs. Ecological campaigns are creating a true ecological culture, even in the schools where. Issue 5/135. There are now specific courses on the subject. It is the more progressive and sensitive politicians who support this project, never missing a chance to underline their engagement and to point out the hard parliamentary battles they are waging against the conservatives. The environmentalists are giving a hand to capital and the state. The Greens, as well as their ritual protesting, make constructive proposals based on alternative solutions. In this way they play the role of a loyal opposition to the system, not realizing that this makes them elements which are involved in its advancement. Their action serves domination. Although they present themselves as having high social values, they always tend towards the political recuperation of fringes of the anti-institutional opposition. The Greens want to give domination a human face, so they think it is right for their projects to be financed by the state or by the very structures that are destroying nature. Now they are getting into local bodies, with the effect that the state is now able to extend its dominion to even the most peripheral areas. Who can have any interest in a prospect aimed at making capital abandon its insane development towards so-called hard technology, substituting soft ecological ones, if not those who want to conserve the present social system? We are not interested in capital's development, be it hard or soft. We are only interested in destroying capital as a system, along with the state apparatus all over the world that supports it. The ecologist's spectacle wants us to participate in this system of death, trying to nail us to an ongoing situation of survival. We are submitting to it with supine resignation when we promote ecological battles against the imminent death of the planet. It is necessary to do more. The violent rupture with constituted order is a vital necessity for us. In this sense, we propose putting the ecological struggle on an insurrectional footing. Ecology is important only if it is understood within a radical process of transformation, as this is the only way it can be used to speed up the end of this society of domination. We therefore have two roads. The first starts from the destruction of the relationship with power in order to reach an egalitarian, free, ecological society. The second limits itself to saving the planet from complete destruction. If we choose the first road, we will always find comrades who support our initiatives. If we choose the second, these comrades will see us as their enemies. We too are for ecology and against all kinds of pollution, but we see the ecological struggle within the context requiring the total subversion of all the relations and values on which the system is based. Pierleone Porcu. Sabotage of information. Technology systems. Information systems and the data they contain have become the backbone of capital and the state. They could be compared to the blood circulation. What is certain is that the present economic, political, and social formation can no longer function without this network, which is taking on greater and greater proportions. A centralist coordination of the whole of information technology is unthinkable at present and for a long time to come. Very complex systems do exist, but they are only linked together in part. Telematic knowledge is the wealth of the post-industrial era, and, like all wealth, it is being accumulated. What is transmitted is just enough to guarantee supremacy and domination. Perhaps capital is behind the times in maintaining this tendency to accumulate, but at present it is at the root of competition in the field of information technology. Although attacking and destroying these systems, or at least damaging them significantly, is valid in revolutionary terms, it should be said that the bosses of the economy and politics are defending themselves more from competition and piracy than from sabotage and destruction as a consequence of social unrest. There is a great reluctance among those affected by these attacks to discuss the extent of them. Only the main aspects of information technology is its own myth. An idea of the extent of these attacks, however, can be had from a glance at a 1986 French insurance company report, £700 million paid out, 44 VOOF which for fraud, theft, or sabotage, 30% for accidents and breakdowns and 26% for software or human error. The more companies rely on computer communications, the more the risk of sabotage increases. For this reason companies exist who specialize in working out expedients of defense. What follows is some of these, and some of the forms of attack that have been studied and carried out. Decodification Research Group. The problem of plant layout. A complex information system such as that belonging to any private or public economic or political structure occupies very considerable space and has to be installed in an environment which has certain characteristics. Some of these characteristics concern the temperature, dust, conditions of electrical supply, etc. Others on the other hand concern the methods that can be used to obstruct anyone who wants to enter the environment in question in order to destroy or damage the information system, etc. There are three kinds of defense: A. External defense, usually walls, gates, or other structures that isolate and encircle the whole building where the computer is to be found. This is not a very effective form of defense, even though, through the use of video cameras and video control they can prevent or delay an attack by one person or a small group. This defense turns out to be of little effect in the case of mass demonstrations or riots. B. Access points, doors, manhole covers, air vents, service tunnels, windows, etc. are usually closed and supplied with simple alarm systems. Usually this point of access is only practicable if it is certain that there is no alarm attached, otherwise it would be better to carefully devise another way of access, through a roof for example, or through possible communicating doors, walls, etc. with other buildings. The question of alarms is not all that simple for whoever is in charge of plant security. There is always the possibility of inside intervention which would allow alarm systems to be disconnected. Two systems of control are therefore normally in use: internal, alarms, and external, security guards on patrol. C. Particular forms of protection, in the form of objects where the information system is located. In this way areas of maximum security are created. They can be containers or vaults. The containers are actually safes or reinforced cupboards containing registrations or documents, and are both fire-resistant and burglar-proof. They are usually less resistant to dynamite. The vault, on the other hand, is a permanent construction inside the building in question. It is usually made of iron or steel and reinforced concrete. It is reached through a door with steel reinforcements. D. Data processing room. These are rooms similar to the treasuries of the large banks, usually less armored. They are larger than vaults and are not very resistant to break-ins and sabotage with explosives. They are rooms therefore that are more suitable to resisting fire than break-ins and sabotage by explosives. Inside these rooms are usually fireproof and burglar-proof cupboards where ribbons and disks are kept. E. Closed areas. These are areas where access is controlled even during working hours. The computer room, the area of access to vaults and data processing rooms. Only those with passes can enter. These are usually areas that are also guarded by armed guards. Security systems. 1. Electrical circuits. These are systems that go off following the interruption or closure of an electrical circuit. They can be found in any part of the route that must be covered and can also control the opening of the buildings. 2. Photoelectric cells. They reveal the passage of a person or object in certain points of the establishment. Some can be neutralized by pointing a beam of light at the cell. Others require this beam of light to be at a certain frequency. Their presence can be discovered by blowing cigarette smoke onto the luminous beam, but some types of cells do exist that use. Issue 5137. Beams of light whose frequency is outside the spectrum visible to the naked eye. 3. Sound detecting devices. These can be microphones that reveal noise or vibrations, even very weak ones. 4. Ultrasound detectors. These are devices that are in two parts, one generates the ultrasound, the other captures it. In normal conditions the amount of ultrasound is constant. A sudden variation in the amount sets off the alarm. 5. Devices that reveal variations in intensity of an electrical field. They work by setting off the alarm when a person or object goes through a magnetic field. 6. Magnet detectors. As it is possible to wipe out data registrations with magnets, this is one of the means most frequently used by saboteurs. Detectors show the presence of a magnet at a distance of 9 meters. 7. ID card readers. These can be placed at entrances and are linked by door-opening devices which work by reading a magnetic card belonging to an authorized person whose code is registered. 8. Closed-circuit television. These are situated in the key points to be controlled. They usually transmit images to a central control post and usually cover different areas of the establishment. 9. Theft indicators. Objects that can be removed, such as tapes, discs, etc., are marked with a special substance, as happens with books in some bookshops today, and the alarm goes off when they pass a special instrument near the exit. Fires. This is the easiest form of sabotage and thus is among the things borne in mind by whoever organizes the security system for computers. The contrivances used are, a. Air vents built in such a way as to make the passage of flames more difficult, b. Apparatus spread out in such a way as to reduce probability of it all being damaged by fire, c. No data or inflammable material kept near computers, d. Manual extinguishers, e. Automatic anti-fire devices. F. Smoke detectors, g. Emergency buttons, h. Important data kept in fireproof cupboards in vaults, I. Backup data is always kept somewhere outside the building, m. All backup copies of the programs are also kept outside the building, n. Previsions for the immediate installation of a replacement computer are made in the case of the complete destruction of the first. Sabotage. It is not necessary for the attack to take place directly on the computer. The damage can be just as serious even if it has come about indirectly. Violent sabotage carried out from outside the building, using explosives for example, can only be considered in extreme, infrequent, cases in which the room has a communicating wall with the outside. It is easier to work out how the plants that allow for the computer's functioning are laid out, the air conditioning, electrical transformers, communication lines, main power supply, etc. It is usually possible for saboteurs to inject gas or inflammable liquid into the air conditioning plants which can explode on reaching the air conditioner, causing considerable damage. The communication lines are the most exposed. They are usually protected and also duplicated, but they can be identified and easily destroyed. The connections are in a reinforced cupboard, but one that is certainly not indestructible. Often these subsidiary aspects of the computer are camouflaged but cannot be completely protected. The mainline power supply, for example, is always unprotected and the lines leading from this are clearly indicated and easily recognizable. A few things should be said concerning wiping or destroying registrations with the use of magnets. First of all, this is a question of internal sabotage that can be carried out by people working inside the structure housing the information system, or it must be a question of structures that have no protection at all. Moreover, it should be borne in mind that for data to be completely wiped out it is Necessary for a permanent magnet to be placed at a distance of not more than 16 centimeters from the surface to be erased. If it is an electromagnet, even if it is very strong, the distance must be no more than 30 centimeters. One can see therefore that this kind of sabotage is less simple than it might seem at first glance. It should also be noted that in the more important complexes there are always magnet detectors installed above the entrances and close to the tape stores. The use of strong electromagnetic radiation from outside can cause minimal damage to either data processing or to the recordings, but these errors can now be isolated and corrected. Moreover, the radiation must be over 1 volt/meter in intensity. It goes without saying that once inside the plant, practically touching the computer or the stores of tapes and disks, the sabotage takes quite a different direction, and methods of defense are practically useless. That is why, basically, the thing most to be borne in mind by all the defense systems of such plants is precisely controlling all those who have access to the building in question. Flooding something just as dangerous for the computer can be water. Flooding can destroy systems and render data useless. For this reason, water extinguishers are hardly ever used in the computing rooms, although they are better and less expensive than carbon nitrate or halon ones. The route usually chosen for flooding is the air conditioning plants. Other places where water can filter, especially in plants in establishments that are not isolated, are the attic, side entrances, the floor, if there is a cellar. Water damage does not only concern the computer and data but also causes short circuits that can affect the whole apparatus. Hacking computerized systems have become increasingly vulnerable to electronic penetration. This can be with a simple interceptor or a sophisticated terminal. With the dramatic increase in the use of personal computers and domestic terminals, more than 3 million in the USA in 1985, even an amateur can penetrate most computerized systems. Whoever wants to can intercept transmissions of information from the lines of a system and also take over the file from a central computer. Interference, the commonest and the oldest of the systems of sabotage used. The tools required to intercept other lines is easily accessible and can be acquired in any computer shop. They are a good microphone, an AM/FM radio, a modem modulator-demodulator, a computer terminal with printer. It is enough to link up directly by telephone, naturally after having overcome the password, which is often not impossible. Getting control, the microphone is placed in a computer installation to intercept theoral communications between operators. The system is simple and can supply precious information concerning the information system, its personnel, security, codes of access, etc. Masking, one enters the system taking on the identity of an authorized user. Systems that do not have a way of identifying the users and installations are often vulnerable to this. Masking involves pressuring an authorized user, or taking the password from a document or report. This is often possible, even from discarded papers. Reading in driblets the entry, once authorized, can be brief. That way the intruder can avoid staying a long time, identifying the whole content gradually until he finds the information that seems to be most important. The dustbin, in this case the carelessness of personnel who should be destroying surplus registered information, can be exploited. Bugging, one exploits the radiation generated by the processor in the central computer through the telephone or other receivers or microwaves. These interceptions are difficult to decipher, as the signals can come out in a confused way due to a particular defense system inserted within the system itself. Issue 5. Catching off guard. One exploits any delay, mistake, or omission by users during verification procedures in order to get hold of the access codes. Then one adopts a system of masking for entering and intercepting communications. Change OF code. This is only possible through internal complicity. In fact, one can change the code on access card through a further registration. Entrance between the lines. The non-authorized terminal is linked to an authorized one, then, when this penetrates the system, it marks it quite easily. Often, in fact, once the communication is inserted, there are periods of inactivity that can be exploited. The Trojan horse: these are programs which claim to do one thing and in fact do something else. They appear, from their purpose, to do something harmless, but are really in the process of destroying the hard disk. These are not one of the various joke programs that are in circulation, but are actually destructive. They affect the boot sector, the FAT and the directory, which all DOS disks have. If the boot sector is missing, the DOS will report that the disk is not a DOS disk, and it won't be able to find its way around. After the boot comes the file allocation table, FAT. This simple table is used by DOS to keep track of which piece of disk belongs to which file. Without this the data is all on the disk, but DOS can't read a file as it can't locate on the disk. Scrambling the FAT is a good way to destroy data. On bulletin board systems there is a file of such programs that circulates, called the Dirty Dozen, although the number on it has now risen to over 200. The brain virus: this has infected many PCs in a Midlands university which refuses to disclose its name. It also infected a Leicester consultancy with disks from Pakistan. The Victoria office of a major British company is also infected, this time from Jakarta. A fourth is a major insurance company whose originally infected disk came from the Philippines. The brain virus is so called because when it detonates it puts a volume label on the diskette, see, brain. It writes the volume label a few places after the last file. 140. So that DOS won't see it until the extra directory entries have been added. The brain replaces the boot sector with its own code, and stores the rest of itself in sectors further down the disk that are marked as bad sectors in the FAT. On boot up the brain is run and installs itself in the memory. Thereafter diskette access will install itself on that diskette. The Italian bouncing virus: this works the same way as the brain but with the distinguishing effect that a little bouncing ball appears on the screen and even after being erased reappears when the system clock reaches the right value. It comes from Italy and is infecting a South London college. The boot killer virus: this is a deadly one. It creates chains of lost clusters on a hard disk, denying use of disk space. Sometimes it also formats the first track of a diskette, with 8 sectors instead of 9, numbering the sectors from 2 to 9. The DOS cannot then find a sector 1. The diskette is unusable, and all the data is lost. This infection renders computers useless. Writing viruses: a book exists on how to write a virus, but it is not available in the UK. It gives the source code for several viruses in different languages, C, Pascal, Assembler, etc. The programming required to produce a virus is fairly complicated. A simple one could be written in about 2 weeks, a more complex one as much as 2 months. 2 months' work that could have a devastating and incalculable effect on the workings of power. The computer virus in the field of information technology sabotage: the media have been reporting recently on the existence of a virus which, as well as destroying programs, causes irreparable damage to computer memories. What it consists of are disks containing killer messages which, once they are fed into a computer, render it practically unusable. The message inserts itself into a part of the memory, infects it partly or completely, altering it, according to what type of virus is inserted, and it is impossible to erase it, even by putting the machine out of action. Even healthy disks put into the computer where the killer message program has passed are contaminated and damaged irreparably. As well as terrifying the bosses of the electronic market and giving controllers of computerized surveillance installations nightmares, this sabotage also has considerable economic consequences. This rapidly spreading phenomenon not only nullifies claims of security, but could lead to the blocking of all functioning computers, including those used for maintaining social control. All the most technologically advanced countries are therefore living in the terror that this dangerous epidemic might extend to the point of contaminating the millions of computers that are already functioning in every part of the planet. Computer AIDS knows no frontiers and has already extended to most of Europe, the Middle East, Israel, North America, Canada and the USA, Asia, Japan, to as far as the Australian continent, New Zealand. A preliminary analysis of this phenomenon reveals a number of viral branches that present varying levels of danger. The list is an extremely long one. We shall mention only a few instances here. One of the most dangerous viruses for information technology is one which turned up in Jerusalem University, defined by the Israeli authorities a parasite which, attacking other programs, is slowly developing until it causes the progressive paralysis of the whole computer memory. An Israeli expert, Yossi Gil, announced through the military radio, "We have identified the virus before it managed to destroy the memory of all the computers belonging to Jerusalem University containing documents, study programs, and exam results." A lecturer from the same university, Daniel Lyman, declared, "The problem came to light when an increasing number of computers began to stop functioning inexplicably. We discovered that someone had added to a program a section that reproduced itself each time it is activated, to the point of reaching monstrous dimensions that leave no room for the rest of the program within the disk." But what worried him and caused panic among the Israeli authorities was the discovery by a university student Yuval Rakavi of the existence of a virus that saturates computer memories and which had been programmed like a time bomb to devastate Israeli computers on May 13. It was to tell the computer to destroy itself. They said it was Palestinian sabotage, as May 13 was the 40th anniversary of the last day of the existence of the Palestinian state. Although various firms have been struck by the computer virus in France, the only one to admit so publicly has been the logiciels, a video games industry. The other firms have preferred to remain silent about the attacks on them, it seems. The director of the above-mentioned company, Claude Acriche, stated he had received the program disk by post, inserted it into the computer which a week later began to act strangely, disobeying instructions. Among the viruses considered to be less dangerous for computer memories is one discovered recently at Turin Polytechnic. It makes a dot appear on the screen which bounces against the edges of the video passing between the written lines. It is enough to switch the machine off to get rid of it, but this does not completely eliminate it and it reappears again after some time. Still, among the viruses that contain more of a joke element is something that is being prepared in Germany by a group there, a virus to be inserted into the telefax telecopier. With a simple automatism, the fax virus will gain access to the transmission of documents, sending out in their place an irreverent pornographic comic strip to millions of users all over the world. The danger of the viruses is therefore in their capacity to spread and reproduce themselves, rapidly passing from one disk to the other, right to the internal memory of the computer. It has become an accepted fact that it is not difficult for anyone who knows the architecture of a computer today to overcome the access barrier, inoculating it with apparently innocuous input capable of irreparably damaging the memory. And this form of inconvenience can even reach such systems of communication and services as the French Milite, given that its central computer could be attacked by receiving deviant orders via Issue 5141. One of the many computers linked to it. As usually happens in cases such as this, various theories are developed about the origins of the viral phenomenon. Those responsible can be groups of hackers, modern pirates amusing themselves by playing atrocious jokes on the software bosses. Another theory is that the viruses on a planetary scale are operated by multinationals to save themselves from theft and protect their own programs from counterfeiters. It is possible that they have studied security systems where the injection of a virus protects their own programs by setting off as soon as any illicit copying starts. Two large American companies declared some time ago that they had prepared a security program which would destroy all the users' lines. There are also authentic saboteurs of information systems such as the Swiss group called SCA, Swiss Cracking Association, that has contributed to the spreading of the virus, demonstrating the weakness of the elaborator surveillance systems. As far as antidotes are concerned, there are no programs capable of combating all types of viruses, only specialized programs that fight one individual at a time. There is also another difficulty. Disks today are capable of holding over 20 million characters, while a virus program can be composed of only 100. Hence the extreme difficulty in identifying it right away. In some cases it is impossible to identify them if they have been accurately prepared. The spreading of such inconveniences to states cannot fail to please revolutionaries, as it demonstrates that even the computerized systems of social control are not as invulnerable as people would have them be after all. These forms of sabotage are a very good arm of attack on the technological apparatus of capital and the state. Not so much in the material sense, but because they help us to free ourselves from that magical spellbound respect that we all have for these sophisticated electronic gadgets. Without doubt, any revolutionary prospect today also bases itself on the need to destroy the apparatus of dominion through the deepening. 142. Of a knowledge of the arms which the class enemy has at its disposal. Astride. Rural violence. Even in the most remote parts of the country a struggle against the FCTSOF post-industrial capitalism is taking place. Boredom and denial of human dignity are becoming the roots of a struggle that was motivated by poverty and hunger in the past. Rural areas have never read much to proletarians who live in Theme, and this has afoot and resulted in Saturday night activity in the FORMOF drunken brawls outside pubs. This situation is now spreading and changing content. Most OFTEN it is now police and class enemies who are the object of attack, either directly or as a result of their intervening in gang fights. A look at only a few examples. Violence in rural areas in the first 2 weeks of August show how boredom and deprivation of human dignity are becoming the causes of widespread social struggles in advanced capitalist countries, where hunger and poverty were motives in the past. The NER went on strike due to disturbances on late Faversham to Dover trains. Kilmurden, in Avon, a tiny rural village which had known idyllic peace until recently, has now become the scenario for regular incursions of drunken young people from the neighboring mining towns of Radstock and Midsomer Norton. The local Lord Hilton had his car stolen by joyriders and 2 other parked cars were rammed. One of the newly self-appointed neighborhood watchers who are now patrolling the village has been attacked. 1 person was killed in a gang fight in Newmarket. There was a pitched battle with police in the marketplace of Shifnal near Telford. Extra police were drafted in. More than 100 young people were involved in the riot, and petrol bombs were thrown. Fighting spread through the streets of Oswestry, Shropshire when rival gangs clashed. There were 7 arrests in one evening in Newquay, Cornwall when tourists and local people fought running battles with police. In Poole, Dorset, 5 people ended up in hospital and 2 were arrested after wooden benches had been ripped up from the street and hurled through shop windows. 7 people were arrested for street violence in Stratford-on-Avon. 4 police were injured during street fighting involving more than 100 people in Penter, Mid Glamorgan. In Bury, South Glamorgan there were running battles along the seafront where rocks, pickaxe handles and legs from deck chairs were used. In seaside resorts such as Bournemouth, illuminations light bulbs are smashed on an average of 150 each night, and deck chairs are destroyed. The frustration and anger that is being expressed all over the country, is a logical response to the new structure of capital. The moral SP lit. Is it possible to attack the structures of dominion without coming up against FALSE problems of conscience as so OFTEN happens? The only possible ethical judgment is the class category. No anarchist is against revolutionary action on principle but does not always put that into practice. The reason might be this moral split. In order for an action to be carried out, it is not enough for it simply to be considered right. Other elements intervene, some of which, like the underlying moral consideration, have nothing to do with whether the action is valid or not. This is quite evident in the difficulty comrades have in carrying out actions which in themselves have nothing exceptional about them. A moral obstacle intervenes, leading to a real ethical/one split with consequences that are not easily predictable. For example, we have been pointing out the uselessness of the huge peaceful mass demonstrations for some time now. Instead we propose demonstrations that are still mass demonstrations, but which are organized insurrection ally, supported by small actions of attack against the capitalist structures that are responsible for the present situation of exploitation and genocide at world level. Within it could be useful to reflect for a moment on the different attitudes that are held towards such actions beyond any question of method or political consideration. No matter how much we go into things theoretically, phantoms remain within all of us. One of these is other people's property. Others are, people's lives, God, good manners, sex, tolerance of others' opinions, etc. Sticking to our subject, we are all against private property, but as soon as we stretch out a hand to attack it, an alarm bell rings inside us. Centuries of moral conditioning set into action without our realizing it, with two results. On the one hand, there is the thrill of the forbidden leading many comrades to carry out stupid little thefts that often go beyond immediate and unavoidable needs, and on the other the discomfort of behaving immorally. Putting the thrill aside, which I am not interested in and which I willingly leave to those who like to amuse themselves with such things, I want to take a look at the discomfort. The fact is, we have all been reduced to the animal state of the herd. The moral that we all share, all of us, even those who in theory do not, is /1 altruistic. It is respectable, egalitarian, and leveling. The territories of this morality have yet to be explored. How many comrades assert free love, for example, yet would recoil at the sight of their own sister's nakedness? Certainly not just a few. And when we justify our attack on private property to ourselves, and to the tribunal of history, saying it is right that the expropriators be expropriated, we are prisoners of a kind of slavery, the moral one, to be exact. We are confirming the eternal validity of our past bosses, leaving others to judge whether those into whose hands we have consigned what has been taken from us personally should be considered expropriators or not. So, from one justification to another, we end up building a church, almost without realizing. Issue 5/143. I say almost, because basically we are aware of it, but it scares us. To take other people's property from them has a social significance. It constitutes rebellion and, precisely because of this, the property owners must clearly be seen as part of the property-owning class, not simply people who possess something. We are not aesthetes of nihilist action who do not see a difference between taking from the former and taking money from the beggar's plate. The act of expropriation means something precisely in its present class context, not because of the wrong way that those we intend to expropriate have acted in the past. If that were our only point of reference, then the capitalist who pays union wages and looks after his workers, sells at reasonable prices, etc., would be excluded from the legitimacy of expropriation. Why should we concern ourselves with such questions? If we take for example a firm that supplies arms to South Africa or which finances the racist regime in Israel, designs nuclear power stations or makes electronic devices with which to improve traditional arms, the accent is not so much on their specific responsibility when we attack them, so much as their belonging to the class of exploiters. Specific responsibility only involves the strategic and political choice. The sole element for having made the ethical decision is the element of class. To realize this helps us reach some clarity. The moral foundation for an action is the difference between classes, a belonging to one or other of two irremediably opposed components of society, and whose solution will only come through the destruction of one or other of the two. The political and strategic foundations, on the other hand, require a series of considerations that can be contradictory. All the objectives listed above concern this latter aspect, and have nothing to do with the underlying moral justification. But without our realizing it, it is in the field of moral decision that many of us find obstacles. Basically, the peaceful mass demonstration, however demonstrative of our 144 intentions against, was something different. Even the very violent clashes with the police were something different. There was an intermediate reality between ourselves and the enemy, something that protected our moral alibi. We felt sure of being right even when we adopted positions, still in the area of democratic dissent, that were not shared by the mass of demonstrators. Even when we smashed a few windows, things remained in such a way that we were able to accommodate them. Things are different when we act on our own, or with other comrades who could never give us a psychological cover of the kind we get so easily from within the mass. It is now individuals who determine to attack the institution. We either attack or recede. We either accept the class logic of the clash as an irreducible counterposition that has no solution, or we move backwards towards negotiation and linguistic and moral deception. If we reach out and attack other people's property, or something else, but always belonging to the class enemy, we must accept full responsibility for it without having to find justification in the presumed level of the collective situation as a whole. We cannot put off moral judgment on the need to attack and strike the enemy until we have consulted those who all together combine to determine the collective situation. I shall explain better. I am not against the mass work of counter-information and the preparation for intermediate struggles that are also necessary in a situation of exploitation and misery. What I am against is the symbolic, exclusively symbolic, course these struggles take. They should be aimed at obtaining results, even partial ones, but results that are immediate and visible, always with the premise that the insurrectional method, based on the refusal of the delegate, on autonomy, permanent conflictuality, and self-managed base structures, is used. What I do not agree with is that one must stop there, or even before that point as some would have it, at the level of simple counter-information and denunciation, moreover orchestrated by the deadlines provided by the repression. It is possible, no, necessary, to do something else, and that something has to be done now, in the present phase of violent and speedy restructuring. It seems to me that this can be done in the direct attack on small objectives that indicate the class enemy, objectives that are quite visible in the social territory, and when they are not visible the work of counter-information can make them so with very little effort. I do not think that there can be any anarchist comrades who are against this practice, at least in principle. There can be those, and there are, who say that they are against it, based on an evaluation of the present political and social situation because they do not see any constructive mass outlet, and I can understand this. But there should not be a condemnation of those actions on principle. The fact is that those who take distance from these actions are far fewer than those who support them but do not put them into practice. How can that be explained? I think it can be explained precisely by this moral split that going beyond the threshold of others' rights takes us into, particularly in the case of comrades like myself who were educated to say thank you and sorry at the slightest push. We often speak of liberating our feelings. We often speak of refusing the ideals that were transmitted from the bourgeoisie in their moment of triumph and imposed upon us. Basically what we are talking about is the real satisfaction of our needs, which are not only the so-called primary needs of simple physical survival. Well, I think that words are not enough for this beautiful project. When it stayed firmly within the old concept of class struggle that was based on the desire to reappropriate what had unjustly been taken from us, the product of our labor, we were able to talk, even if even then we didn't get very far, of needs, equality, communism, and even anarchy. Today, now that this phase of simple reappropriation has slowly been modified under capital itself, we cannot have recourse to the same words and the same concepts. The time of words is slowly corning to an end. And we realize more each day that we are tragically behind, closed within a ghetto, arguing about things that are no longer of any real revolutionary interest, while people are rapidly moving towards other meanings and other perspectives, with power slyly and effectively urging them on. The enormous task of liberation from ethics, this great weight that in its time was built in the laboratories of capitalism and smuggled into the ranks of the exploited, has hardly begun. Alfredo and Bonanno. Survival Gathering. Toronto, July 1–4, 1988. A survival gathering was held in Toronto, Canada. About 800 comrades participated over the 4 days, most of them from Canada and the United States. Despite the efforts of the Toronto comrades, sending out numerous leaflets and literature urging groups to send at least one person, assuring them hospitality when they arrived. Very few comrades from Britain or the rest of Europe were present. Many of the comrades who were there had covered just as great, if not greater, distances in order to participate in what turned out to be an intensive and productive 3 days. Perhaps the absence of people from this side of the Atlantic was more due to a psychological distance than a real one. Perhaps, for some at least, it was a political one. In our opinion, it is important for comrades to make the effort to meet and confront each other, and to know situations other than those on our own doorsteps. Internationalism is a fundamental part of anarchism, without which there can be no real perspective of social revolution in one specific reality. Certainly, the comrades who hosted the gathering had worked for months to make it possible for this to happen in Toronto. All comrades who arrived had somewhere to sleep. All had good food to eat for the whole duration of the gathering, regardless of whether they could contribute to the cost or not. This gargantuan undertaking by the organizers, Issue 5/145, had a considerable effect on the conditions of the meeting itself. It was possible to dedicate the whole time to discussion and all the other exchanges of such a unique occasion to meet comrades from so many different realities. It was also a chance to meet in person many comrades whom one had known only through correspondence until then. The self-sufficiency of the gathering also meant that media attempts to scare the good people of Toronto with horror stories before the event remained a ridiculous farce. Nor were faint hearts subjected to scenes of long-haired anarchists and punks crowding the city's cafes in the fruitless attempt to find vegetable patties in the place of hamburgers. This brings to mind another anarchist gathering which took place a few years ago in Venice, and which, through the photograph album that was produced following it, was apparently a source of inspiration to some of the Toronto comrades. That was a different situation indeed. In fact, in Venice there were two gatherings, the official one that was organized by the comrades of Rivista A in Milan, with its conference hall and worthy speakers with their briefcases and hotel room keys, and their passive audience members who were in a more or less similar position. Then there was the unofficial meeting, which consisted of the many punks and other young comrades who had come from all over Europe. Many had hitchhiked to get there and did not have the money to frequent cafes and bars to benefit from their toilet facilities. Some ended up peeing in the canals of Venice, to the consternation of the local people, council, and press. Young comrades roaming the streets after curfew were threatened by the organizers. The following day there was almost a rebellion amongst comrades. Organization. Compared to the situation where two distinct and separate entities passed each other by, when they were not in conflict, in Venice, the Toronto gathering maintained a homogeneity throughout the whole 4 days. There was obviously contrast within that homogeneity, but never a situation where one part of the comrades was excluded from what the other was doing. This can be explained by the presence of two factors: 1, that the official North American, and European, movement had abstained from participation, 2, the structure of the gathering itself. This was such that comrades coming from outside found themselves in a condition to participate in not only the discussions of their choice, but also in the management of the gathering itself, defense, book stalls, decisions concerning the media. It was unanimously decided to keep them out, food distribution, etc. Instead of conference tables and microphones, there was an informal structure of workshops which enabled comrades, even in such a great number, to find a dimension in which they could participate directly. There were 63 workshops in 2 days, and ample space in which to hold them. The comrades had the use of a university building and a community center for the weekend. They had also printed 1,500 pamphlets, laying out the whole programme of workshops, orientation in the city, evening gigs, etc. Workshop subjects ranged from technology to feminism to the Middle East, to national liberation, to the anarchist movement in Greece and much more. It is impossible, for reasons of space, to go into any of these here. Discussions were often disjointed due to the numbers of people participating in them, sometimes speaking in rotation rather than discursively. In any case, Few could have been under the illusion that something specific could come from the workshops themselves. They were more a filtering process that made it possible to get to know the comrades in whom one recognized most affinity. It was then possible to meet and talk in smaller groups. This, in my opinion, is what the gathering succeeded in doing, created an informal structure within which it was possible to gain an understanding of some of the positions and ideas of those present. From there onwards it was up to us. A few words on the movement. It would be presumptuous to think one could give an account of the anarchist movement in North America after such a short stay. A few considerations can be made, however. Beyond the various publications that we are all familiar with, there is a feeling of a young movement that is still in embryo. It is a movement that is basically informal, apart from some syndicalist or industrially oriented groups. This movement breathes a desire for freedom, despises the social reality of the American dream. It feels close to the native people of the North American continent, and some comrades are involved in the struggles of the latter against cultural and physical annihilation. Other comrades project a strong sense of guilt towards the people of the continents from which the Western world extracts its trashy wealth. Many address themselves towards the ecological question, sometimes through alternative projects in isolated attempts to redress the ecological holocaust of the multinationals. Many are isolated by vast distances which it is hard for we Europeans even to imagine. The predominant form of organization is that of groups that could loosely be called affinity groups. But one element seemed to be lacking, a revolutionary projectuality, an analysis and methodology leading towards a clear class perspective in the struggle against capitalism as a whole. This is understandable from a country where capital is unevenly distributed between extremes of advanced levels of post-industrialism and backward areas. There seemed to be a lack of projectuality and political awareness, perhaps due to the tendency of the movement to look for an alternative lifestyle approach to the refusal of capital. One proposal did come forth, however, like a brick. It was the third day of the gathering, which had now moved away from the university and community center to a leafy park. Comrades were assembled to discuss future meetings and to exchange contact addresses. Out of the blue, a 2 or 3 page long document was produced proposing that a highly structured national organization be formed. The document contained detailed indications as to how meetings should be held, decisions be made, members be expelled, etc., similar to the kind of papers that circulate among the anarchist communist comrades. It was not a proposal for struggle, but rather, it seemed, an attempt to capture a captive audience. Strangely archaic and out of context in such a situation that had been prepared and had functioned informally, one might say almost to perfection. No one was disposed to being shackled in this way, and after some time a group of comrades proposed to publish the document for debate within the movement. Certainly one left feeling a sense of a great potential in a part of the North American movement, a potential that lacks some of the instruments necessary for it to come to the fore concretely in the struggle. And the same movement is looking towards Europe for some of its indications. To sum up, the survival gathering was an intensely worthwhile experience that, in our case at least, will lead to a far closer contact with the comrades and struggle in North America. In future events of the kind, one is being planned for San Francisco next year. It would be useful and productive to have more analysis. Perhaps comrades could write something brief on the subjects that interest them. This will only be possible if the post-gathering period addresses itself towards the reality of the struggle. Events such as conferences and the gathering in question are important instruments in the movement, but that is all they are. Jean Weir. Actions. High-voltage pylon sabotaged. A high-voltage electricity pylon in Vallo di Colosso, about half a mile from the Chivasso motorway, was sabotaged on the night of September 1, 7, obliging the Enel to cut off electricity supply for a number of hours. The action was claimed in a communiqué to the press agency ANSA. We claim responsibility for the sabotage to the Enel pylon number 16 and greet the bosses of exploitation and destruction, their devastating plants and projects, their representing nuclear power in another disguise. Signed, Fgli della Terra, Children of the Earth. Immediately the National Ecology Association Amici della Terra, Friends of the Earth, issued a dry communique associating. Issue 5/147. Themselves from the action. The line attacked has been the object of demonstrations by ecologists in the past, limiting themselves to banners and slogans. Master of the Hounds attacked. Following the liberation by animal rights activists of thousands of minks, leaving them to run wild in the countryside in the south of England, a new sport, mink hunting, has emerged. Joint Master of the Kent and Sussex Hounds, Michael Urry, was awakened by the sound of an explosion and looked out to find his van wrecked, and other unexploded devices under his two cars. They consisted of 2-liter bottles filled with petrol, an aerosol can of lighter fuel, and a mixture of sugar and weed killer. The devices were fixed under the vehicles and connected by a narrow stream of petrol. The IRA against the British Army. The IRA has carried out a series of attacks against the British Army both in Ireland and elsewhere since the assassination of their 3 militants in Gibraltar. The most spectacular was that in Armagh, where a car bomb blew up a lorry full of British soldiers, 8 dead, 30 wounded. An interesting debate is taking place within the IRA concerning the effectiveness of such actions, the objectives to strike, and a political evaluation of these objectives. The need to avoid striking civilians, even those involved in the support structures of the occupying army, or participants in the armed Protestant defense groups, is being put forward. One position is that it is always better to strike British soldiers from the point of view of propaganda, especially those stationed outside Ireland, either in England or on the continent. However, to continue to see the conflict in course as one that is a purely nationalist one is a serious if convenient mistake. It is not just a question of a people united against an invading enemy. A deep class division also cuts across Irish society. The Protestants occupy the middle and upper strata and do not want to lose their privileges, as would come about in the case of an end to colonial rule. Those who have little to lose have participated on occasions in social struggles with Catholic exploited. Then there is so-called Free Ireland, the most fascist and oppressive sub-state in Europe. It supports the IRA indirectly, but does not approve of the extremism of Sinn Féin, and even less so of the more radical components of the IRA itself. Alongside the much publicized attacks on British soldiers by the IRA, there is a social situation that is talked about little by the media. Mass rioting takes place regularly in Northern Ireland. Street barricades, burning buses, Molotovs against police, etc., are common, and many of those participating are very young. History has shown that British colonialism does not retreat until it has its back against the wall. Its time in Ireland could soon be up. Bombs attack against Fana plant. In the middle of August, the Farmo plant industry in Massa Carrara, Italy, infamous for having polluted the area and the object of mass demonstrations locally, was attacked with a bomb. The explosion, which damaged the surrounding wall, took place about 200 meters away from the factory's incineration plant. Xperia, a disused cinema in Catania, is squatted and becomes the first self-managed social center in Sicily, until the mafia intervene. Catania is a typical Sicilian town. Decades of mafia-style management of the local power structure. Huge piles of rubbish lie in most streets. Many of the poorest areas suffer a perennial lack of water, which with the 40 degrees of most summer days, becomes real discomfort, almost torture. Drug taking is on the increase, unemployment is the norm. This is the context of a large southern Italian city that combines the negative points of the metropolis with those of a small village. A city which at times seems to wake up and at others to succumb to a situation that seems as though it will never change. In this social context, on June 18, 1988, came about the squatting of the ex-cinema Esperia, renamed Xperia. There are a few dozen self-managed Italy today. They are dispersed over the national territory, have moved away from their original metropolitan context and are finally reaching the provinces. These places are born through direct action, because of the practical necessities of those who take them over, and generally they intervene practically and directly on the living areas and towns where they exist. The struggle to take them over is usually carried out by a promoting committee of heterogeneous composition, often including inhabitants of the area where the center grows, and where the public administration is reduced to nil. Often the buildings squatted are structures that the local, regional, and provincial councils have left unused and empty. In cities like Milan, Rome, and Turin, where social divisions are more evident, the battle for self-managed social centers has been waged with students, unemployed, underemployed, and homeless people. They act on the social situation, therefore, and constitute the most effective response to this particular moment of struggle, to social disintegration and solitude, especially among the young and old. These are liberated spaces where recreational activity takes place. There are also debates, conferences, seminars, open to all, where the problems inherent to the local areas are discussed. The problem of isolation is faced and that of the real needs of association of those who benefit from them. But not only that. There are also studios for musicians who are struggling against record market speculation. They produce and distribute their own products in open contrast to the iron rules of the commodity market. Parties and concerts are held, often for free. There are darkrooms, projection rooms, laboratories, and in some places, centers for disintoxication of drug addicts. Nothing to do with the ghettos described by the media to justify violent evictions by the police. The real ghetto is what they force us to live in every day. 10, 100, 1000 occupations a squatter at Xperia self-managed social center. In a town where everything has been denied. The ex-cinema Xperia has been squatted. You, like us, are living in a city devastated by the bad use of public structures, a ghetto city with a total lack of social services because of a situation that is in the hands of corrupt and absent political parties. Even the national press talk about the unlivable conditions in Catania, the dramatic problem of juvenile delinquents, unemployment, drugs, lack of housing. There is no answer to these problems. There never has been. To reinforce police repression, as though this ever alleviated anything, is the only measure they have found to deal with the deeper lacerations. The dominant culture rests and reinforces itself on this palliative. It steals vital space from young people and relegates us into paying ghettos, discos, bars, beer cellars in the best of cases, or into the self-destructive ones of the street, drug addiction, or mugging. We've had enough. We are no longer willing to see ourselves massified and nullified in this way, sacrificed on the altar of uninvolvement and entertainment imposed by shopkeepers, political parties, priests, and youth associations. It is time to unmask the activities aimed at perpetuating this way of life where there is no room for our needs, no space for a different kind of social life that is not based on commerce. This need is as elementary as it is inconvenient, because it undermines the basis of apathy on which they want to reduce us to silence. We cannot provide any magical solutions to alleviate this state of affairs either, but we believe we must begin along a road that takes us away from the abyss of the dominant culture. We propose the creation of a self-managed social center, where the young can find possibilities of real expression, without any political padrinos pulling the strings. We propose spontaneous adhesion and involvement in creating models of life that are. Issue 5/149. Finally different, free, and liberatory. An antagonist space where everyone can take part, where we can meet, talk, make theater, music, dance, show videos, create work cooperatives, without inscriptions, timekeeping, and above all without spending a penny. A space in which to begin a common road to freedom, beyond the hierarchical logic and delegation that has been inculcated into all of us, so that we can open our eyes and finally find our lives in our own hands. Self-managed social center Xperia. Press communique. The ex-cinema Xperia in Via Plebiscito has been squatted today with the aim of turning it into a self-managed social center. This building, like so many others of public ownership in Catania, had been left to rot. Unused, neglected by the local administration, it had become a ghetto for drug addicts. We have taken over this space against the logic of local institutions which have never taken any interest in the young, pushing them to emargination, alienation and drugs. We have taken it over so that it can become a place of encounter and free expression in Catania. We consider, moreover, that such a practice is socially legitimate, and that only the law defines it illegal. We have therefore created a self-managed social center as somewhere to go in the evenings, to have parties, concerts, create music, photography, graphics, ceramics laboratories. The activity of the social center, completely free, will begin today with an assembly/debate on the problem of social space in Catania. It will take place at 8 p.m., followed by a party/concert where many groups will be playing. Self-managed social center Xperia. The Mafia attack ex cinema Xperia. There is an old saying, if the police don't get you, the Mafia will. That in fact is what happened in Catania. Not that the center had escaped from the police entirely. So much so that one of the people who frequented it was severely beaten by the latter. 150. But things stopped there. The Mafia, on the other hand, went further. There have been 4 attacks on the social center since the day it was squatted on June 18 this year. At the end of July, one of the doors leading from the outside arena to the building was smashed open and a device made up to look like a bomb was left in the bar area. At first not much importance was attached to this. It seemed just a rather macabre joke. On the night of July 31 the main door was set aflame. The fire brigade and the police forensic department intervened. The door was badly damaged but still functioned. On the night of August there was a break-in next door to the center which resulted in police coming into the center, and taking 2 people away, one of whom was beaten up. At about 6 p.m. on Sunday, August 28 there was another attack, just before the center was due to open. The padlock on the door to the arena was forced, and the room housing the electric meters was set fire to. The fire brigade returned. The electrical system was put out of action. Counter-information about these attacks was widely distributed throughout the city on each of these occasions, and after the last attack a public meeting was held in the social center. The decision not to give in to this intimidation was confirmed, and it was decided to carry on with the work that the center was doing. The next day, Sunday, September 4, at about 3 p.m., another attack took place. The large entrance hall was rationally set fire to through the use of furniture, photographic displays, drawings done by local children, and anything else that could be found in the building that was inflammable. The result of this was that the building has had to be abandoned as it has become unsafe. Big interests lie behind these actions. In the past few months, starting from the day of the occupation, a whole series of articles have appeared in the local newspaper La Sicilia, speaking of the restructuring of this area. This involves huge financial interests for the well-known local mafia construction companies, and also for the Christian Democrat Party who have their eyes on the many old buildings in the area. The attacks on the Xperia should therefore be seen in the light of the old idea of a mafioso management of a city where any attempt that is made towards evolution and growth is immediately squashed with recourse to the old methods of the mafia. It is necessary to respond in a clear and coherent way, and above all not to be intimidated in order to continue and carry forward the struggle for the liberation of the territory and the city. Xperia, self-managed social center. More actions. Anti-yuppie demo in New York. A street battle worthy of the Bronx or Harlem broke out in a leafy park in a residential area of New York at the beginning of August. The Lower East Side of Manhattan has been the home of many artists, anarchists, and punks for a considerable number of years, where they have been actively involved in social struggles in the area. Now the Losita, as it has been named, is becoming a point of vested interest for New York yuppies willing to pay up to $1 million for a luxury condominium. The new residents complained to police about the noise coming regularly from the local Tompkins Park, which is a space used regularly by comrades in the hot summer New York nights. A curfew was imposed for 1 a.m. A protest march took place on August 10. It was charged by mounted officers followed by baton-wielding riot cops. What ensued turned out to be the heaviest street battle New York has seen in years. The curfew has now been lifted. A hammer to the steps of the courts in Trento, Italy. A man confined to a wheelchair destroyed the steps leading to the court chambers with a hammer. He had just been sentenced to pay a fine of 1,000 lire, about £40, for having destroyed the steps up to the city's main post office in the same way. The sentence had been pronounced in his absence as the accused had refused to enter the court as there was no wheelchair ramp. The struggle against the poll tax in Scotland. Edinburgh tax office telephones were inundated with calls following the distribution of a leaflet in the town stating that, for poll tax purposes, a urine sample was required from all citizens. The poll tax is due to be introduced in Scotland next April, and canvassing has already been done for the purposes of compiling a register of all those eligible to pay. Anarchist comrades are active in both Edinburgh and Glasgow in the struggle against the poll tax. Their objective is a collective refusal to pay the tax. There are already 23 anti-poll tax groups in Edinburgh, and 31 in Glasgow. These community-based groups are brought together in city-wide federations. Many have street coordinators and or committees. They distribute leaflets and talk to people door to door. The false positions of the Labour Party and the SNP are denounced, and the formation of self-managed groups is continuing. In one street in Ruchazy, Glasgow, residents have returned all their registration cards together, blank, to the registration office. In Dunderley, Barhead Tenants Association members dumped the area's poll tax forms still blank, at the Paisley registration office. In Pollokshields, Glasgow, a poll tax canvasser was attacked and a number of poll tax registration officers have resigned due to widespread hostility. Snoopers have needed police protection. Poland, the role of Solidarnosc. The role of Solidarnosc in recuperating and extinguishing the struggle in Poland has become clear over the past few weeks. Any illusions on the use of the trade union structure today, even against a communist dictatorship, can now be dispelled. Anyone who might have been in any doubt about Solidarnosc until now can take a look at recent events. Those who support the Issue 5151 Revolutionary Union can feel satisfied. All the hotbeds of real revolt, all attempts to put a dictatorial and oppressive regime in crisis, and all the stimulus towards immediate change instead of promises have been put to rest. Even some anarchist comrades persist in defending Solidarnosc, pointing out that there are anarchists in the Union as though the presence of anarchists in any power structure could transform it into the Golden Bough. Certainly, in a context such as the Polish one, which is characterized by incredible poverty compared to Western countries, the syndicalist myth can still assemble people. But it does not take long for this perspective of struggle to come to the fore in all its force. The Union, no matter how one looks at it, is always an element of order that puts a brake on the real movement. One of the Solidarnosc councillors declared following Wałęsa's intervention and mediation, the most difficult of his whole career, that the young Polish workers are no longer under the control of the party or even the church and Solidarnosc. The conclusion of this union advisor was that if there are no economic improvements soon, it will be impossible to control not only the young, but perhaps all of the Polish workers. The government representative expressed his views on the unifying role of the Polish Church during the strikes. The bishops and cardinals had intervened directly to correct some of the worst acts of repression that might have 152 sparked off a spiral of rebellion. But what is most significant in terms of the divergence between the real interests of the base and the leaders' intentions, is the latter's claim to get government recognition for Solidarnosc. This undeniably political fact is aimed at a radical transformation of the power structure in Poland, but means nothing more than a perspective of democratizing political relations. Although there would obviously be some positive aspects to such a process, certainly better than the atrocities of a dictatorial communist regime, we must not forget that something quite different could come from the rebellion of the Polish workers. In the first place, a violent and immediate transformation of those relations of power, followed by a radical upheaval, a revolutionary situation. Undoubtedly a generalist revolt in Poland would put at risk not only that country's political and social order, but also that of the whole area of real socialism, which cannot afford to run such a risk in a delicate moment such as the present. However, a vast and extended insurrection fed by the rage of those who have no other possibility of survival, could eliminate any mediating structure such as Solidarnosc or the Church, leaving state power bare before its responsibilities. Solidarnosc, arm in arm with the Church, bears great responsibility in preventing this from coming about. Issue 6 SEPTEMBER 1989. Editorial. Anarchists and revolutionaries are such not because they say they are, or write articles and programs ending with slogans or symbols of anarchism. They are such because they want to do something against oppression, i.e. they want to denounce and attack repressive systems and all those who hold them together. To fully understand this simple statement we must take a step further. Before attacking it is necessary to know whom and what to attack and to understand why to attack. Otherwise one ends up acting like a mad bull charging about wildly, which gets slain sooner or later. What can we do in order to know whom and what to attack? Simply inform ourselves. Capital and the state are transforming themselves rapidly. With developments in electronics, a vast restructuring is taking place in production and control. The huge industrial complexes are now spreading over the whole social territory, linked together by electronics and telematic cables. The whole planet will soon be covered in a thick network of communications that are at the basis of the present system of production, consequently also present-day exploitation. So we know what and whom to attack. What can we do to understand why to attack? This is quite simple. The industry of the past could have been conquered by the revolution and put to peaceful productive use. Today's industry is mainly electronically operated by people who have no real operative knowledge. It will never be usable for social good except in a minimal way. The huge electronic communication systems on which present-day production repression is based will certainly never be usable. That is why it is necessary right away to begin to attack and destroy it even in the proportions that are fitting to our capacity to attack at the present time. Between moving and staying still, we prefer to move. The restructuring that has reinforced capital's capacity to produce has also opened new cracks. The enormous communications network that runs through the territory of every advanced industrial nation is certainly one of those cracks. We must strike inside this. With small actions, not big military operations that are beyond our material possibility, and outside the logic of the new capital. It is precisely small destructive actions, sabotage spread over the whole territory, that is the most fitting arm with which to fight the class enemy today. A false problem. The long sequence of scandals, intrigues, tales of corruption and murder on assignment carried out in the shadows of the White House has broken the golden gloss of honesty that adorned the official image of the American political class, is today the object of alarmist media reporting on the crime levels in the city of Washington. We find that politicians have nothing against shooting up massive doses of heroin or sniffing cocaine between approving a prototype for a new nuclear weapon or new developments in the laboratories of bacteriological warfare, caught up in their delirious dream of dominating the world, and sharing it of course with the new bureaucrats in the Kremlin. Washington now finds itself alongside Detroit at the top of the American crime hit parade, and drugs are being blamed for the drastic increase in murders in this artificial capital set aside as the country's main political center. Everyone there makes use of them, so it seems, from everyday Washington to the ceremonious official one. But what worries that monument to imbecility, the average American citizen, is that they are being ruled by a political class that is corrupt and drug addicted, therefore open to blackmail by the big supranational drug organizations. Now, supported by the new clean President Bush, the media are preparing the great campaign The Farce, against the drugs invasion of American society. Issue 6. The U.S. government is treating the phenomenon as a state of emergency, dramatizing the problem and pushing people to mobilize more than at election times in the logic of civil defense used during the war to keep the population active and far from going into the problem in depth. The public might become aware of the underlying global situation that could lead to a new consciousness and to social rebellion against all forms of dominion, both legal and illegal. In the mad witch hunt that has ensued, there is a growing consensus towards private policing all over the country, while groups of armed and unarmed vigilantes are being formed, none of whom strike the big dealers, who remain untouched. In Washington, many black people from the northeast area of the town have formed such groups, considering police measures to be inadequate. This new wave of morality that is sweeping America is the extension of an authoritarian and strongly repressive mentality that has struck the population emotively. It is aimed at soldering class differences and developing an interclassist civic awareness and social involvement aimed at molding a consensual stupefied mass, drugged into a dependence on power. The next step, a national war against the drug-producing countries, is a logical one along this road of creating internal consensus towards a noble war, blinding the mass towards their own territory, their own minds becoming increasingly militarized by capital. The problem therefore is not drugs, but the state, capital, and the mafia, who are creating new relationships at the cost of proletarianist individuals, turning their bodies into goods as a source of profit and falsifying the causes of social discomfort, packaging them and selling them off in the social consensus market to be used and discarded. Although it is up to individuals to decide for themselves whether they want to take drugs or not, it is obvious that the drug market today is yet another arm in the hands of capital, therefore something to be attacked and destroyed along with the rest. This struggle cannot be separated from the attack on the whole arsenal of capital, the media, the political parties, the death factories, and all the other structures of post-industrial capital. For us there is no difference between legal and illegal capitalist crime. The pylons of death come. Crew mbling down. The energy source is the basis of all industry, without power, nothing functions. Attacks on pylons are therefore a safe and effective way of damaging deadly industries and putting a halt to their production. By attacking the energy supply, the danger of releasing poisonous fumes, deadly bacteria, or who knows what other disasters that threaten us every day by the very presence of these plants, is avoided. In recent weeks, in Italy, there has been an intensification of this activity. The multinationals are feeling the effect. The local people, involved for years in all kinds of struggle to have deadly plants closed, are finding out that there are effective ways of stopping them, by sabotaging the pylons. Although pylons can be sabotaged with elementary means available to all, a few hacksaws, the recent attacks have been carried out by both sawing and dynamite charges. On September 7 an explosive device blew up an Enel, state electricity company, pylon at Calambrone, near the Navicelli Canal. On September 1 an explosive charge struck a 60-meter-high 220,000 voltage pylon. The action was immediately condemned by the official environmentalist movement. In the same week, on September 13, a second pylon was blown down. It belonged to the Mont Edison line carrying electricity to Cesano Mattimo and striking the Val Chiavenna. In Novate Metzela a Sondel pylon was blown, Falk Electricity Company, and further down the valley along the same line, supplying 130,000 volts for the steel works nearby, was also sabotaged. Police and press are speaking of ecological terrorists. We know that the real terrorists are those who draw the profits from these deadly industries, and those who protect them. Anarchists against apartheid. In South Africa the killings continue. The super-exploited black workers continue to be humiliated and abused as a lucrative source of profit for the multinationals. In 1 week, during the general strike before the elections, 600 workers were sacked by Toyota, Japan's highest-earning multinational. Volkswagen and Goodyear immediately followed their example. On the night before the elections at least 23 people were killed. Some spoke of 60 deaths. Among them were old people and children. At the same time apartheid is trying to improve its image while maintaining its old privileges. Through its new Mandeklerk, an attempt will be made to paint a layer of political whitewash over the situation, negotiating with some of the aspiring leaders of a mass social rebellion. As in all situations of social upheaval, the situation covers a wide spectrum and includes elements who are also out to get their slice of power or profit. The aim of the reform policy is to offer this reality a few crumbs in order to placate public indignation and prepare the way for a slightly less offensive method of exploitation, forced by the growing wave of attacks on the companies who favor its unbeatable offers on the world labor market. For years now there have been protests against the crimes of apartheid, many of them taking the form of huge demonstrations, petitions, pickets of consulates, boycotts, etc., all to no avail. But there is a growing qualitative change in the struggle against apartheid which has been developing recently in Northern Europe, using direct means. On Friday, September 8, 200 anarchist comrades broke into and devastated the South African consulate in Copenhagen. Once inside the place they set fire to documents, furniture, and stationery in the newly restored and refurnished fortress. When the police arrived on the scene they were met with a thick hail of stones and had to retreat. Within 5 minutes the group had disappeared. The action immediately qualitatively distinguished itself from the regular ineffective pickets and sit-ins carried out in the Western world against apartheid. It accomplished what demonstrations of tens of thousands of people have failed to do, to effectively, not symbolically, attack one of the power structures of apartheid, maximizing damage to it, and resisting police intervention. The attack in Copenhagen showed without half-terms that neither apartheid nor its structures are symbolic, and that they should be confronted with real moments of well-planned attack. His attack is the fruit of a growing quality the struggle against apartheid in Northern Europe that has been taking place in countries such as Denmark, Holland, and Sweden over the past 5 years. It started off from a few small actions, simple, easily accomplished and easily repeatable, against the multinationals, mainly Shell. From this awareness has developed that the struggle against apartheid is against exploitation and genocide at a planetary level, and can strike effectively anywhere with equal effectiveness, be it an isolated village in Northern Europe or a demonstration in a South African ghetto. There is a growing awareness that apartheid is not confined to South Africa, but that it expresses itself all over the world in forms that appear to be different but are essentially the same, the inclusion or exclusion from a whole system that can no longer be defined by simple electoral rights but cut deep into the social and cultural tissue of peoples. Added to this there is the new European apartheid of thousands of black immigrants from the African continent who have no so-called civil rights, having entered Europe illegally through the state's deliberate strategy of tolerance. Subject to continued racist attacks, a favorite of the harangues of right-wing politicians, the former are victims of a deliberate strategy of demographic readjustment to compensate for the increasing lack of unskilled labor, particularly in the chemical and other deadly industries of Europe. The attack carried out by the comrades in Denmark is therefore an important step along a new road that is emerging in the struggle with clarity. It is the road of qualitative relations as opposed to quantitative spectacular. Issue 6-157. Mobilization, clarity of perspective and incisiveness in accomplishing specific actions with the objective of succeeding in carrying out both economic and political sabotage in the perspective of internationalist solidarity and social revolution. THIRD-WORLDISM, The Mont Edison explodes. The Mont Edison Group, multinational chemical industry giant, has tentacles that spread through numerous sectors: pharmaceutical, textiles, agriculture, energy, biotechnology, etc. The list speaks for itself. Clearly the Mont Edison Group are responsible for a large part of the destruction of the planet by polluting rivers, destroying the environment, polluting the atmosphere, exploiting third world resources and peoples such as in South Africa, Monte Shell, joint ventures in China, etc., and the list could go on indefinitely, and should include its obvious implications in the military field. For a number of years now there have been continued struggles against some of its most dangerous plants, the ACNA in Sengio, and the Pharmo plant in Massa, near Carrara, are the two main centers where long struggles have been in course and which have seen a significant participation of the local people. Needless to say, all the political parties that use environmental issues to their own ends have been present, in particular the Greens, who have even gone as far as co-management politics to reform from within. However, nothing has changed, and the plants continue to pollute and threaten millions of people, with the possibility of a disaster that would have devastating effects on a considerable part of Northern Europe. Various anarchist groups have also been present in the struggle over the years, working together with the local people in the attempt to have the plants closed down. On the night of May 28, 3 bomb attacks were carried out in Milan against the Mont Edison, their main office in Foro Bonaparte in the city centre, the Monte Shell offices in Via Londonio, the main offices for Italian Shell interests, and the electricity supply station supplying the Vidril chemical plant in Rho, a town on the outskirts of Milan. In this attack, 2 transformers were blown up near a tank of combustible oil which ignited, resulting in the total disintegration of the energy supply plant. The Death Factory was obliged to shut down for a month as a result. Altogether, the damage done was immense. Experts spoke of 10 billion lire, about £4 million, which includes loss of production as the factory was closed down for a month, and also resulted in another plant in Porta Marghera being closed down as it depended on the former plant for raw materials. That same night, an electricity pylon that was part of the Montedison's own line that supplies energy to the ACNA in Sengio and the Agriernant in San Giuseppe di Cairo, the factory that has poisoned the Bormida Valley, was felled by an explosion at its base. A leaflet reached the ANSA press agency next day: "Dynamiting death is the greatest joy of life. We have experienced it in striking the Mont Edison, its headquarters in Faro Bonaparte, its energy plant at the Vidril J. Acton, in Rho, and its racist sister Shell in Via Londonio. We won't stop here. We shall take other pleasures. Fantasy teaches one to be incandescent." The devastating effect was not circumscribed to the Death Factory and its offices, but also threw the environmentalists and green movement into a flurry of panic and condemnation. Greens, Rainbow Greens, Environmentalist League, etc., showed their true colors by publicly denouncing the attacks, the only actions that have had any real effect on the Death Factory. But condemnation did not stop there. Even the anarchist movement's Milan representatives distinguished themselves by hastily sending a precision to the national press, condemning the attacks in a communiqué signed, Rivistae, Centro Studi Libertari, Volonta, Utopia Bookshop, Anarchia, with the effect of addressing police investigations to other parts of the movement, i.e. implicitly acting as police informers. The Milan editorial group of Provocazione and Anarchismo immediately issued a counter-communiqué in support of the actions. We of Insurrection are also proud to stand up and support these actions and claim them as our own, a part of our heritage as anarchists that constitutes a point of clarity. They not only propagandized the road of direct action and sabotage, but also struck in real, hard economic terms, one of the most deadly structures that capitalism has produced. They constitute a point of reference, theory in action, for all those in the ghettos of capital, in its prisons, its deserts, its metropoli, that the death machine is vulnerable and can be attacked and destroyed. Gone are the days when we could dream of a mass expropriation of the means of production. Capitalist production today consists of the production of poisons, bacteriological weapons, nuclear weapons, biogenetics, genetic engineering, social engineering, special prisons, social control, and this is only the beginning. There is still time to crack this project that is aimed at tightening a network of control over the whole planet. Precisely because this control is capillary, it is composed of millions of parts that are in themselves exposed and easily attackable, yet necessary to the functioning of the whole. The state of capital will not wither away, as it seems that many anarchists have come to believe, not only entrenched in abstract positions of waiting for this to happen, but some even openly condemning the acts of those for whom the creation of the new world depends on the destruction of the old. Toyota exacerbates apartheid. Some might be surprised to know that the car industry is still the absolute top profit-making industry at world level, without rival. From the US to Japan to Germany, The automobile company's figures confirm that they make profits at a rate that no other sector can keep up with, be it telecommunications, finance, chemicals, etc. The Toyota Motor Corporation in Japan, according to a classification drawn up by the Teikoku Data Bank Research Institute, have surpassed even the Nippon Telegraph and Telephone Company. They make over 1,000 billion lire a year more than the Fiat. General Motors made $1,454 million and Ford $1,407 million in the first 3 months of 1989, leaving behind IBM, who made $1,340 and General Electric at $972. Now one of the protagonists of post-industrial capitalism, the car industry maintains its claim to wealth through its continued infamous practice as one of the most ruthlessly murderous monsters that capital has produced. Recent maneuvers point to the fact that, far from the workers' lot improving through restructuring and robotization of production, it is reaching the depths of an international hell of dirty dealing based on the total negation of any human dignity towards those whose labor it exploits. From their luxurious yachts and private jets, the glossy assassin nations cold-bloodedly exploit every situation that presents itself at planetary level in order to further round off costs. With new flexible plant structures and operations carried out in real time, they are like vultures always ready to pounce on the most palatable prey. Needless to say, one of those easy prey is the South African black labor force. Toyota have factories in Durban and Pinetown and a marketing division in Johannesburg. After a week of wildcat strikes, the managers informed the 3,600 black workers that they had been sacked. The strike, called the week before by the 15,000 workers belonging to the NUMSA Metal Mechanics National Union, affected not only the Toyota workers but also Volkswagen in Edenhague and South African Sumker. Volkswagen then proceeded to close its establishment for an indefinite period. This was followed by the Goodyear plant with its 1,425 workers and Eveready with 800 in Port Elizabeth. They have since all been sacked, and the factories closed indefinitely. Towards a new projectuality. If we consider reality as irreversible movement, where the possibility of creating something diff. Issue 6159. Different from what is happening depends on our active intervention, we discover that the sense of change within us acquires new value through our practical attempts. Analysis and radical critique are instruments in a project aimed at identifying elements that are qualitatively capable of creating discontinuity. Action turns out to be the logical extension, the putting into practice, of what we really want to know and verify. There is no contradiction between theory and practice, between form and content, precisely at the moment in which this encounter takes place in reality and not in the paradise of abstraction. Disintegrating control. In spite of the fact that the media exalts the imperviousness of the apparatus of social control, such actions as the recent one against the Mont Edison show its vulnerability. They shatter the wall of appearances designed to make the mass feel powerless. The anonymous attack carried out by these individuals who have discovered the possibility of intervening directly on their own material conditions, completely dissolves the terroristic blackmail created ad hoc by the state. What the system is afraid of is not these acts of sabotage in themselves, so much as their social spread. Every proletarianist individual who disposes of even the most modest means can draw up his or her objectives, alone or along with others. It is materially impossible for the state and capital to police the whole apparatus of control that exists over all of the social territory. Also, by attacking energy sources, the productive system is short-circuited. Everything stops when the power is cut. Anyone who really wants to contrast the network of control can make their own theoretical and practical contribution. The apparition of the first broken links coincides with the spreading of acts of sabotage over the territory. The anonymous practice of social self-liberation could spread to all fields, breaking the codes of prevention affected by power. The as yet minoritarian acts of sabotage against the vivisection centers and the death factories, the enfants terribles vs information technology, will become the new way of relating to the world capitalist state. Its complete destruction will be 160. What interests this new movement? Certainly not its expropriation and alternative management. To know in order to transform. The ecological destroyers have given us back the meaning of revolutionary and social action, showing us the possibility to directly create the conditions of change, preventing the destruction of the plane from going ahead without having recourse to intermediaries, the creators of impotence. Policing ideas and practicing freedom. Until the reasons that push one to attack emerge clearly, we must stop the state's lynching of its opposition and the rigging of new scenarios of social prison. One of the most urgent things to be done is to relaunch a coherent practice of freedom aimed at deconstructing the myriad of great and also tiny cathedrals that oppress us. The real and only terrorists are the statists of every kind and color, advocates of an emergency that represses and militarizes the whole territory of social life, mountains of prohibitions that suffocate all proletarianist individuals, prisoners of a permanent state of unliberty, allowed in the name of a violent peace. It is necessary to oppose oneself to the policing of ideas and see freedom as the extensive base on which to regulate all relationships, both at individual and social level. Many are asking themselves what these anonymous individuals want. We do not have this kind of problem, because we think that whoever does not aspire to management or command, but only to extending and radicalizing the movement of social self-liberation, has no need for long words and documents. In fact, it is probably precisely this that frightens the oppressors, accustomed until now to dealing with an enemy too similar to itself. The atmosphere primed by the state serves to prevent the circulation of ideas, to condition every debate with reasons of state. Perhaps today we have an insurgent movement ahead of us that, desert fugue the street spectacle, is going ahead without leaders, freeing itself not only of repression but also of ideology, sooner or later to pour forth like a full river into the streets, drowning the spectacle that wanted to represent it. All this is frightening, not only to state managers, but also to certain revolutionaries who are in the habit of controlling and conceiving things in the usual stale way, not all that different from how the enemy sees us. We recognize individual rebellion as being right, the basis of every social road of liberation. Whoever tries to free themselves, organizes themselves. Freedom is not dead. There are those who, defying everyone and everything, are making it take its first steps. We are against domination of any kind, and we are not afraid of all this. Perhaps it is for this reason that, behind the wall of incomprehension, we are able to understand the reasons of those who rebel, and give the light to those who have aligned themselves with the old world. Pierleone Porcu. Germinating resistance against SHL's biotechnology. On the night of 14-15 May, a number of shell companies were attacked. All of them are active in the field of plant improvement. When people think of horticultural companies, they don't usually think of large and advanced ones like the ones we've just attacked, and they certainly don't think that they are owned by Shell. During the last few decades, these companies have specialized in manipulating seeds and plants, and controlling horticulture. Large companies like Shell are able to gain a monopoly on this because they are able to meet the costs of the large amount of money that has been invested. People have always tried to improve plants. The most simple way is to select the seeds of the best plants for the next year. And of course there are a lot of other ways of improving the harvest or the quality of the plants. With the new developments in biotechnology and the investments in it by large multinationals, developments in this field have accelerated. Biotechnology is opening the door towards the complete artificial production of food, resulting in the destruction of existing methods of horticulture. Natural growth is being wiped out, artificial control of climate, light, water, and nutrition take over the natural cycle of plant growth. Genetically, a plant grows weaker and weaker if one interferes in its genetic structure. This way the plant will get more and more controllable. Its sensitivity becomes clear, and it is possible to replace a natural cycle with use of technology. With factory farming, everything is already taken care of. Thousands of the same chickens laying eggs every day. In the field of human beings, producers also want one single, healthy, well-functioning variety. The manipulation of plants, bacteria, animals, and human beings, and short of nature itself, can't be seen separately. The techniques of reproduction now put into practice on women have already been used for years in stock farming and have been developed for higher production in that sector. Today artificial insemination, deep frozen embryos, and embryo transfer are normal techniques within modern stock farming. By means of techniques of reproduction, such as in vitro fertilization, allows for fertilization outside the womb, enabling increased genetic manipulation. To use these techniques, biotechnological knowledge and experience is essential. Biologic, genetic, and reproductive technologies can be seen as the exploitation of new areas. With these techniques the where, when, and what kind of new plants, animals, and people can be controlled. Only a few very large companies, for example Shell, have the possibility to invest in these techniques and to carry through the biotechnological developments in their companies in this sector. The use of these techniques automatically means the destruction of small companies that can't or don't want to make this step, especially, for instance, farmers in third world countries. These new techniques even make it possible to make farmers and agricultural workers superfluous. It's for instance possible to make sweeteners in laboratories, making sugar cane unnecessary. Large multinationals such as Shell are, because of biotechnology, able to extend their power in. Issue 6161. Fundamental areas such as food and energy supplies. Shell creates a world market in which all of its products are tied to each other in one way or another. The company can use its knowledge in the field of biotechnology in both the agricultural and energy sectors. In the energy sector Shell uses rapid growing trees, energy from the sun transformed into vegetable material very quickly, which is then used in the energy supply. Another vegetable material which can replace oil or natural gas is sugar cane. From sugar cane it's possible to make pure alcohol, which serves as a petrol replacing fuel. In Brazil pure alcohol supplies 35% of the market, Shell owns 22%. All over the world people become more and more dependent on companies such as Shell. But of course Shell's aim is not to fulfill people's needs. In fact, it creates new needs in order to sell new products. Characteristic of this is for instance the introduction of a wheat product, like bread, in third world countries. Instead of developing local or native plants, a new plant is introduced and so dependency is increased through the increased need for fertilizers, stock seed, pesticides, etc., ed. Some of the companies we attacked last night are busy in the field of plant improvement. They are all large companies doing research on improvement here, and in the final production of seeds in southern Europe or third world countries. Experiments in a lot of fields take place there, not only in order to increase production and quality, but especially to couple seeds to pesticides. This is not surprising, because the multinational has interests in both of them. Seeds are no longer being made resistant to certain diseases, but to the pesticides of the same companies as where the seed comes from. Thus it is only possible to buy the seeds and pesticides together. With the production of hybrid seeds, of which it is said to produce a lot, it is made more and more difficult for farmers to remain self-supporting. Every year they have to buy new seeds because hybrid seed produces plants that have low seed production. Large companies are not interested in the improvement of the conditions of life but in the suppression of all aspects of human life and 162. Nature to the interests of profit, control, and reinforced power. We fight against biotechnology not because of its unpredictability, because it is clear to us where it will lead to, but because it causes the destruction, repression, and oppression of people. The Western states think they are invulnerable with their new technologies. The solution for world food problems and the population problems are arrogantly proclaimed. Only a few people realize what choices are made, and have been made, for the future. Choices which have in no way been discussed within society. Technology cannot solve problems that originate from exploitation. The damage caused by the new techniques is irreversible. It leaves us no other choice than to intervene immediately and to use all the means possible to stop this process. We realize that our needs are diametrically opposed to these destructive developments. Germinating resistance against Shell's biotech. China, DNG's guarantee. The bloody massacre of Tiananmen Square was a spectacular demonstration to Eastern capital, as well as a means of quelling the spreading insurgents in China against poverty and emargination. 3 months have passed since the spectacular massacre of Tiananmen Square, and the images of Deng's bloody publicity stunt remain vivid in our memories. Blood lends itself readily to sensational journalism, and the media fully exploited the situation. No newspaper lost the occasion to decorate their pages with it, and many went further, bringing out gaudy color supplements filled with page after page of young bodies lying in pools of blood. All they wanted was democracy, the press headings told us. Indispensable arm of capital, the media can bring shock, disgust, democratic indignation, or catharsis, insinuating that the action of the soldiers was an anomaly, due only to the age and stubbornness of the old guard. We instead know that the role of any army is precisely what the Chinese army carried out with particular clarity. The Chinese army merely accomplished the specific task for what any army, British, American, Turkish, or any other, is trained for, to control, repress, and when necessary, massacre in the interests of capital. The great insistence on imagery concerning such savage butchery therefore is, underneath the crocodile tears, a subliminal warning to the exploited everywhere. In fact, the seemingly inexplicable massacre of the Tiananmen Square merely struck the symbolic heart of a situation that was already spreading uncontrollably throughout the main cities of Qin, and which had gone far beyond bicycle barriers and papier-mâché effigies. The contradictions unleashed by Chinese capitalism's opening to the world market and consequent reform of the society's economic structure are without parallel in the political and social field, and are the result of the breakdown of a rigid structure without the softener of mass consumerism, a political infrastructure, or entertainment circuses to fill in the newly opened voids. The elimination of collectivization in 1978 had given way to a polarist Chinese population. On the one hand, the possibility to accumulate or aspire to wealth in new unprecedented capitalist ventures, and on the other, masses of people thrown off the land and into the factories. When these collapsed to the advance of world capitalist investment and the invasion of the multinationals, the workers were literally thrown onto the streets. 81,000 small industries closed down, 30,000 others sacked hundreds of thousands of workers, thereby creating a landless, jobless, lumpen proletarianist mass. Moreover, over 200 million of the population are ethnic minorities living in poverty-stricken conditions, who could explode in a way similar to what is happening in Tibet. Of course, it is true that most of the students were asking for democracy, that the workers wanted their Solidarnosc, that the white-collar workers aspired to greater appreciation, the intellectuals to more money. But these are all things that could have been resolved even after long struggles, both in the streets and at a political level, by the more astute elements of the power structure, who were capable of foreseeing the social needs of a capitalist economy that cannot remain tied to old models. But beyond all that, there exists a social reality in Qin that is definitively excluded from the logic of bargaining. 180 million ex-peasants with no land, no work, and no prospects. Some of them, at least 50 million, went to the cities, attracted by the golden dream of the metropole. 2 million in Shanghai, 1 million in Peking, 500,000 in Canton. They get charged daily by police, put onto trains and sent back to their areas of origin. But the land has no place for them, and they return, obliged to carry out the most menial tasks, or just to get by, picking pockets in the cities or resorting to other means of survival. While the students were demonstrating in Tiananmen Square, riots and looting were taking place in many other Chinese cities. In February, after the Chinese New Year, about 3 million people descended in Canton from the poorest areas of the country in the hope of finding work. This great human mass, of proportions that defy the imagination, was dispersed within 2 months, a small minority moving around the province to work in the mines, on road works, in farms, or in factories. Most of them were pushed onto lorries and sent home. Some managed to escape to become beggars or pickpockets. Social tension grew out of all measure in the city of Chinese capital. Fights would break out or passers-by would beat up pickpockets. But with the deportation of the majority to other areas of China, and tight controls of train tickets, a kind of capitalist-style social peace had been established in Canton between rich and poverty-stricken, before June 3. In the period leading up to that day, riots and looting were taking place in various Chinese cities. It was all very well for the students to say, the use of violence is inadmissible, that demonstrations and marches must take place in perfect order when the coordinating committees tell them, using the approved slogans, while waiting for the government to enter into dialogue with them. Students' cells organized in all the universities to direct the agitation and prevent things degenerating into hooliganism. The clashes, actual riots, such as those in Xi'an and Issue 6. Changsha, where dozens of police were wounded, buses burned, buildings set on fire, party headquarters broken into by masses, were condemned as the work of an outlaw minority and other antisocial elements aimed at damaging the peaceful process of the demands. Nevertheless, not all the students agreed with the model of peaceful demonstrations to pressure the party. Some wanted to open the struggle to other social strata. At the same time, not all the workers would have contented themselves with bargaining of the trades union kind. They joined the illiterate marginated masses in the direct clash. In this climate of spreading riots, such an encounter could have turned into conscious insurrection, which in turn could have sparked off a chain of ethnic revolts in various regions. The Chinese power structure therefore reacted according to the logic of all powers, for self-preservation. And for this it wanted a bloodbath. This path had been carefully planned from the start of the demonstrations 49 days before the massacre. At no time was any attempt made to calm the students or to use police to establish order, although China has a riot police force, trained in Poland. They also produce and export riot weapons and tear gas. At the beginning of June, the Shanizman Square was occupied by about 1,000 students, who could have been easily removed by the internal police force. Instead, the students were given the news that soldiers were approaching, slowly, giving the former time to put up barricades and call on the factory workers to join them as reinforcements. The military recruits fled, leaving their machine guns and ammunition lying around. In this way the demonstrators were to arm themselves and justify the bloody repression that in fact followed. The crazed massacre of the students and workers that followed served as a windscreen to a situation of uncontrollable mass struggle. In striking them, the Chinese state carried out an exemplary action and cleared the way to having a new reign of terror and capillary control. The executions that followed and that are still continuing today are a more selective elimination of the unemployed, students, and workers who were most advanced in the struggle. Meanwhile, capitalism carries on business as usual. After the flight of technicians and managers from China on the wave of the killings, and the great statements by all the Western states that tend to use more subtle and less messy ways of getting rid of their opposition, there will now be a period of re-establishing an equilibrium. West Germany, for example, expert in clean methods of extermination, stated that they could avoid making future investments in China. Officially, Germany has already signed over 400 contracts with the Chinese and there are 36 joint ventures. The Volkswagen in Shanghai suspended production following the massacres, but for how long? Between 1985 and 1988 China received 730 million marks from West Germany, while a further 500 million marks that had been allocated as development aid have been blocked. Italian companies with huge interests in China include Fiat, the Ferrucci Montedison, Tecnomont, IRI, Banco di Roma. Corso Marconi has many employees in Nanshan in the megaplant that produces 60,000 lorries a year under the IVCO license. Most of these companies evacuated their employees during the bloodbath, no doubt waiting for a restabilization of internal relations before returning, although the IRI decided to dismantle. Not so for the Impex Ital, a company with 5 of the 20 Italian joint ventures in China. A few days after June 3, 2 of their technicians left Hong Kong to fly to Chongqing to work in Ital's factory. All these and many more multinationals, the World Bank, and other investors and invaders of the Chinese territory, whether they decide to pull out of China or not, are equally responsible for the situation of reducing literally millions of Chinese to a state of poverty of third world dimensions. They are equally guilty of the massacre of Tiananmen Square. The young bodies strewn across the Tiananmen Square were a guarantee to the investors, a bloody handshake to the multinationals, assuring them that they can safely continue to invest in China. And this is what is happening. Jean Weir. A Democratic Frame UP. October 2 is the date fixed for the judicial farce against anarchist comrades Alfredo Bonanno and Pippo Stassi. The 2 anarchist comrades are arrested on February 2 this year in Bergamo, Italy, following an attempted robbery against a jeweller's shop. This is a farce for 2 reasons. 1. Because we know that the whole system of capitalist and state so-called justice is there simply in order to protect the former's sacking of the earth's resources and to maintain their own dominion, sentencing those who dare to reappropriate even a tiny part, to languishing in prison for years. And 2, because as soon as the comrades' identity as anarchists was discovered by the police, a carefully manipulated frame-up was put into effect. It began informally when the local press came out with sensational articles aimed at a public lynching of the comrades, a trial by media depicting Alfredo and Pippo as 2 professional robbers who would stop at nothing in their lust for gold. Unsolved robberies of the past were pulled out of police archives and passed on to willing press organs. A few months later the frame-up was formalized in an official communication informing the comrades that legal proceedings were going ahead against them concerning a robbery that took place in Bergamo in 1985, and another in 1987, which also involves a murder charge. So history repeats itself. Anarchists must be presented to the mass in the usual stereotypical image of ruthless enemies of society, emptied of their social and revolutionary content and depicted as monsters to be feared and spumed. This should not surprise us. The media is one of capital's main instruments, a vital arm in maintaining consensus and exploitation. And we are enemies of all that. What does surprise us is when some comrades seem to ignore that role and believe they can use the media to further their own cause, which is equal to denying that an anarchist publication might publish material that is favorable to the state or capitalism. Even less should we be shocked by the judge's immediate availability to enforce the suggestions made by the flying squad. The role of the judiciary is to enforce the laws drawn up to protect private property, exploitation, and domination. And the career of each individual judge can be summed up in centuries of prison meted out to thousands of proletarians. One might think then that when, in addition to general functioning of state repression, in itself one of the most evident and cruel of capitalist crimes, 2 anarchists find themselves faced with life imprisonment simply for being proud anarchists, that comrades would have no hesitation in denouncing and attacking the state of affairs. Not so, at least for some. For them, as for others like them in the past, anarchists taking illegal steps to respond to their needs, instead of the legal ones that unavoidably imply entering the logic of exploitation on one side or the other, is a source of fear, for their image, for their persons, leading them to denounce such acts or, at best, ignore them as if they did not exist, leaving the state, as far as these bystanders are concerned at least, free rein to repress, when not adding to it with their own denunciations. Property is theft, but woe betide those who decide to themselves reappropriate what has been stolen. And so history repeats itself, explicitly in the movement in Italy and in Spain, implicitly elsewhere, but there is no time to go into this here. It does not worry us. We have no aspirations to quantitative growth in the struggle, and this case makes no exception. It is a question for each single comrade to face as an individual, a question of dignity and coherence, not just for the arrested comrades, but for all anarchists, who are implicitly included by a frame-up against single comrades. It is not the individual comrade who frightens the state, but the whole heritage of struggle and the possible encounter that this individual could make with the mass. What counts is the qualitative intervention of the comrades who have made this further act of repression a point of reference in their own struggle, pushing them to develop better, more incisive means, and to put them into action. They are determined to define how they are anarchists through their action in the social struggle, reducing the field of the opinion-forming machinery of the state and capital. It is. Issue 6. All a question of perspective. For this reason no defense committee or other such specific group has been formed to channel anger against this vile act against the two comrades into the blind alley of single-issue activism or technical defense. The latter is not the task of anarchists. Alfredo Bonanno and Pippo Stassi will not attend this farce on October 2nd, in protest against the frame-up enacted against them. Anarchists and action. Anarchists are not slaves to numbers but continue to act against power even when the class clash is at a low level in the mass. Anarchist action should not therefore aim at organizing and defending the whole of the class of exploited in one vast organization, to see the struggle from beginning to end, but should identify single aspects of the struggle and carry them through to their conclusion of attack. If anarchists have one constant characteristic, it is that of not letting themselves be discouraged by the adversities of the class struggle or to be enticed by the promises of power. It will always be difficult, often impossible, to find an anarchist comrade who has given in to power. This might happen as a result of torture or physical pain, never by long spells of repression or loss of heart. There is something in anarchists that prevents them from becoming discouraged, something that makes them optimistic even in the worst moments of their history. It makes them look forward to possible future outlets in the struggle, not backwards to past mistakes. An anarchist's revolutionary work is never exclusively aimed at mass mobilization, therefore, otherwise the use of certain methods would become subject to the conditions present within the latter at a given time. The active anarchist minority is not a mere slave to numbers but acts on reality using its own ideas and actions. There is obviously a relationship between these ideas and growth in organization, but the one does not come about as a direct result of the other. The relationship with the mass cannot be 166. Structured as something that must endure the passage of time, i.e. be based on growth to infinity and resistance against the attack of the exploiters. It must have a more reduced specific dimension, one that is decidedly that of attack and not a rearguard relationship. The organizational structures we can offer are limited in time and space. They are simple associative forms to be reached in the short term. In other words, their aim is not that of organizing and defending the whole of the exploited class in one vast organization to take them through the struggle from beginning to end. They must have a more reduced dimension, identifying one aspect of the struggle and carrying it through to its conclusion of attack. They should not be weighed down by ideology but contain basic elements that can be shared by all: self-management of the struggle, permanent conflictuality, attack on the class enemy. At least two factors point to this road for the relationship between the anarchist minority and the mass: the class sectorialism produced by capital, and the spreading feeling of impotence that the individual gets from certain forms of collective struggle. There exists a strong desire to struggle against exploitation, and there are still spaces where this struggle can be expressed concretely. Models of action are being worked out in practice. There is still a lot to be done in this direction. Small actions are always criticized for being insignificant and ridiculous against such an immense structure as that of capitalist power. But it would be a mistake to attempt to remedy this by opposing capitalism with a relationship based on quantity rather than extending these small actions, which are easy for others to repeat. The clash is significant precisely because of the enemy's great complexity, which it modifies constantly in order to maintain consensus. This consensus depends on a fine network of social relations functioning at all levels. The smallest disturbance damages it far beyond the limits of the action itself. It damages its image, its program, the mechanisms that produce social peace and the unstable equilibrium of politics. Each tiny action that comes from even a very small number of comrades, is in fact a great act of subversion. It goes far beyond the often microscopic dimensions of what took place, becoming not so much a symbol as a point of reference. This is the sense in which we often speak of insurrection. We can start building our struggle so that conditions of revolt can emerge and latent conflict can develop and be brought to the fore. In this way, contact is established between the anarchist minority and the specific situation where the struggle can be developed. We know that many comrades do not share these ideas. Some accuse us of being analytically out of date, others of not seeing that circumscribed struggle only serve the aims of power, arguing that, especially now in the electronic era, it is no longer possible to talk of revolt. But we are stubborn. We believe it is still possible to rebel today, even in the computer era. It is still possible to penetrate the monster with a pinprick. But we must move away from the stereotypical images of the great mass struggles, and the concept of the infant growth of a movement that is to dominate and control everything. We must develop a more precise and detailed way of thinking. We must consider reality for what it is, not what we imagine it to be. When faced with a situation, we must have a clear idea of the realify that surrounds us, the class clash that such a reality reflects, and provide ourselves with the necessary means in order to act on it. As anarchists, we have models of intervention and ideas that are of great importance and revolutionary significance, but they do not speak for themselves. They are not immediately comprehensible, so we must put them into action. It is not enough to simply explain them. The very effort of providing ourselves with the means required for the struggle should help to clarify our ideas, both for ourselves and for those who come into contact with us. A reduced idea of these means, one that limits itself to simply counter-information, dissent and declarations of principle, is clearly inadequate. We must go beyond that and work in three directions: contact with the mass, with clarity and circumscribed to the precise requirements of the struggle; action within the revolutionary movement, in the subjective sense already mentioned; construction of the specific organization, functional to both work within the mass and to action within the revolutionary movement. And we need to work very hard in this direction. Alfredo M. Bonanno. ALF, Streaking The. Laboratories of Power. The use of animals in laboratories has increased considerably since the last century. Physiologists, pharmacologists, and biomedical scientific researchers are now exploiting the differences between the different animal species, constructing models for studying the functioning of organisms in normal or pathological conditions. About 400 million animals are used annually in experiments, 75 million in the USA, 5.5 million each in the UK, France, Switzerland, 20 million in Germany, and an unknown number in Japan and Canada. These figures give some idea of the massacre carried out by the so-called most intelligent being on the planet at the cost of the most vulnerable. But to understand the underlying motivations for this proliferation of vivisection, it is necessary to consider the economic, political, and military interests that are behind it, in order to identify those responsible, single out objectives, and strike the exploiters incisively. The pharmaceutical industry and its lies. There were at least 150,000 medicines on the market ready in 1961. Today there are double that number, with the result that conditions such as cancer, epilepsy, diabetes, malformations, arthritis, and cardiovascular and nerve disorders have increased. Damaging side effects lead to even more varieties of medicine to counteract them. At the basis of this proliferation of medicines are the economic interests. Issue 6. Of the huge pharmaceutical companies that, thanks to the help of the various ministries and health authorities that are pushing the population to massive drug consumption, instill the conviction that health comes from the doctor and the chemist. They continually carry out experiments on animals with the aim of ensuring that the product is safe. Such experimentation gives the vivisection barons a career, rapid enrichment due to concessions of public financing, personal prestige and popularity in all the specialist publications. False propaganda in favor of vivisection, e.g. to show that all possible tests have been carried out on medicines, etc., before submitting them for human consumption, is carried out by international media. 80% of their paid insertions come from the petrochemical multinationals, the pharmaceutical, agrochemical, dye, fertilizer, plastic, cosmetic, pigment, additive, etc. industries, without which they would lose a huge source of income. In this way, various campaigns for financing associations for cancer research are carried out through advertisements deliberately construed to convince citizens to support such work of unquestionable social value. At the same time, they hide meaningful information such as the number of deaths due to tumors, 1 in 30 at the beginning of the century, but today, after years of research and experiments on millions of animals, are 1 in 5. Not to mention that 85% of tumors are due to environmental factors. The military sector is also interested in vivisection. For years, animals have been used to test the effects of certain bombs, such as nerve gas or napalm, which have since been replaced by bacteriological weapons, as the latter are capable of covering a far wider field. Every day millions of monkeys are bombarded with bacteria of every kind, destined to perish in slow agony so that industries can calculate how long it takes to exterminate people. Genetic experiment and economic empire. Biomedical research has led to artificially changing some of the animal's characteristics, to create subjects that better lend themselves to specific experiments. Selected types of mice are 168. Further and further removed from the original species. Some of the animals are characterized by precocious aging, others a tendency to obesity and alcoholism, or have different tolerances or rejection rates of organ transplants. A further step in genetic engineering has been the creation of transgenic animals, carrying 2 fragments of DNA usually coming from 2 different species of animals. In 1983 in the US they tried a qualitative leap, inserting a human gene into a mouse, not only the somatic one, but also in those used for reproduction. In this way the super rat emerged, with irreversibly changed hereditary characteristics. The animal lab business is reaching a climax not only in the US but also in Europe. Many companies breed laboratory animals and sell them through sales reps, catalogs, and price lists. For some time now a catalog has been circulating in Italy, originally sent out by the firm Stefano Morini, with a main office in Espolo di Enza, Reggio Emilia, that claims to be the only Italian firm in the field. There is Stratagene in La Jolla, California, which sells equipment and materials for molecular biology laboratories and produces transgenic rats on demand. One need only send them the gene whose manifestations in life one is interested in studying. The price for each specimen is thousands of dollars in the US and tens of millions of lire in Italy. The Charles River Laboratories, New England have created mice that can be requested with or without hair, according to the requirements of the experiments. Moreover, they have produced the micropig, used in the field of experimental surgery, organ transplants, and implantology. These massacring multinationals appear outwardly to be benefactors devoted to research in order to improve the quality of life, but as always it is money and power that are the only protagonists in this ruthless race in experimentation and indiscriminate manipulation. Some of the prices of these living toys gives an idea of how things stand. The Foundation for Biochemical Research supplies mice at $2 to $40, bald ones go at $20, rats go from $3.50 to $30, rabbits from $15 to $200, sheep from $150 to $400, monkeys and baboons oscillate between $350 and $10,000. But beyond the economic aspect there are other interests at stake, interests that are being kept hidden by capital for the time being, for example the creation of human animals that have been selected and programmed, /1 mosaic individuals that are to have the capacity to absolve all the functions of a productive character and of social control. For this and other reasons it is necessary to attack these multinationals of legalist massacre and snatch from them all the information that they jealously guard, in order to gain better knowledge of our enemy in order to strike it more effectively. General thrown into THEC. At the end of March, freedom celebrations took place in the form of a victory parade in Vittoriassa, Malta. About 200 demonstrators contested the authorities present and celebrated the day their own way, throwing General John Spiteri into the sea, after hitting him on the head with his glorious ceremonial sword. The demonstrators were immediately charged by police. Schools in flames. The days when school could be considered a closed system with its own problems are over. School is now fully projected into the wider conditions of the social conflict as a whole. It now carries out precise functions that are increasingly tailored to meet the requirements of post-industrial production. In this new context, the need for a vertically organized range of qualifications no longer exists. There is instead a demand for horizontal specialization, with people knowing how to do a great many different things, but at a low level of specialization. They must be adaptable and willing to change jobs frequently or adapt themselves to spending long periods simply looking for work. Capitals need to build a mass that is excluded from mainstream technology. Culture has led to a pauperization of mass schooling, leading to scarce means for teachers, disinterest, and a general lowering of content. In order to create a democratic mentality, i.e. a mentality of participation rather than a simple direct subordinate relationship to authority, emphasis is put on breakdown of rigid authoritarian systems within the classroom, an emphasis on assembly and discussion, etc. This project, which has precise aims in the long term, is not fully understood by teachers in the first place, who are experiencing a disintegration of old structures of control, often leading to situations of chaos within the classroom. The pupils find themselves in a cultural desert, an extension of the deadly atmosphere of the urban enclosures in which they have been reared. Here again the most eloquent critique takes the form of attack, often in the form of arson attacks, many carefully aimed at causing extensive damage and at striking the control centers within the school. Certainly the situation, where teachers could happily allow themselves to shout, punish, and even beat school pupils without any student pushback, has now changed. In France last year alone 1,756 cases of attacks on teachers were registered. It seems now that a slap or too authoritarian of an attitude by a teacher could cost him or her anything from a simple knifing to a punitive expedition organized by parents and friends, or even being beaten up or attacked by Molotov. In the US, a boy pulled a revolver on a teacher because he was not allowed to have a photograph of himself in the school album because he was wearing an/1 anarchy now THIRD. Some US schools now have metal detectors at the entrance. At Safi Secondary School in one of Bologna's ghetto areas, the rage of the pupils explodes any time a teacher attempts to use repressive methods. Tires are slashed, cars burnt, windows smashed, and there are sometimes physical clashes with the teachers. At the end of May, the Goethe Science SEC Andri School in Milan was attacked. After breaking some windows, the night raiders got into the school offices and smashed them up, as Issue 616-9. Well as the teacher's room. They then piled up registers, school documents, etc., and set fire to them using 2 cans of petrol. A considerable part of the building was badly damaged. At the end of July, another fire completely destroyed the administrative block of the Gemelli Secondary School in Via Pescaronico, still in the Milan area. The aluminium roof over the school offices, headmaster's room, and medical rooms melted completely. The damage has been estimated at £1 billion lire. Of course, we are still far from a conscious rebellion against school as it is developing today. At most, these incidents reflect insufferance of an educational system aimed at forming docile, acquiescent subjects with a flexible mentality. These are manifestations of a refusal to submission, an important element in the revolt and its development against the new order of capital. Palestine, time for action. With the continuing struggle in Palestine, we are growing used to all the levels of horror which the Israeli army is using to try to repress it. But beyond the horror there is also disgust for those who, seeing how things stand, continue to do nothing about it, hiding behind a veil of historical and political justifications. We are not among those who describe all the repressive means that the state studies and uses to try to crush the just rebellion of the oppressed. This is a typically English affectation that has a very negative effect on facing the problem of what is to be done. But we must make an exception this time. A brief catalogue of the means and the particularly atrocious way they are being applied against the Palestinian insurrection in the occupied territories, should throw anyone with a minimum of dignity into the most profound consternation. Normal tear gas bombs such as those used by police in Europe, are loaded with chloroacetamine, dangerous in a certain concentration in closed places. But those used in Palestine are loaded with dichlorobenzylidine. 170. Often lethal even in open spaces. It should be borne in mind that those most exposed to these dangers are children, especially when malnourished, such as many children in Palestine. The old gas spreaders containing about 2.5 kilos were substituted by the 606 Jumbo, which spreads 4 kilos of gas, and by the 303, with rubber bullets that bounce back while spreading gas and so cannot be picked up. Now the army also possess the 809 version that can be shot as far as 150 meters, uniting the effects of the gas to the kinetic impact on the body of whoever receives it. As it is mainly a question of old people, women, and children, it is easy to imagine the consequences. The hard rubber bullets first tried and tested in Ireland, are now used regularly in Palestine and have caused over 30 deaths in the past 22 months. Some of the bullets contain lead and are deadly at a distance of less than 70 meters. A special machine of recent construction responds to the stones thrown by the young Palestinians with other stones blasted out in huge quantities. A device called the washing machine is mounted on an armored truck and jets a 200-liter spray of foam. This foam solidifies immediately, walling up alive those caught in it. Reconnaissance controls are now carried out by radio-controlled helicopters that can descend without the risks that normal helicopters have, of being struck down by a well-aimed stone. A special ultralight spotter has been perfected to survey the countryside. It is a biplane that costs less than £10,000, flies at a speed of 180 km per hour and requires only 16 hours flight training. Radio-controlled pilotless reconnaissance aircraft are used to transmit pictures to the operational center. They fly at about 75 km per hour for about 25 minutes at a time. As well as these new ultra-sophisticated means, state forces continue to use the normal ones that were put into action right from the start of the uprising. One of the most highly equipped and efficient armies in the world is trying, without success, to crush unarmed people who are rebelling by throwing stones. All the horrors of classical genocide have been used: mass deportations, concentration camps, indiscriminate massacres, destruction of individual dwellings and whole groups of houses, shootings on the spot, violence, rape, attacks on mosques, attacks on the Red Cross, planned massacres, use of death squads, and the list could go on. Be careful, comrades. At this moment the historical conditions that have presented themselves since almost the beginning of humanity, continue. The spiral of death continues unabated. There are many today who are intent on underlining historical distinctions or insisting on differences, even valid ones, but which date to times too far in the past to be of any value in clarifying the reality of today, of a people dying in the face of the almost total indifference of the world. This brings to mind the bourgeoisie who lined up under Mazzini's doubts, then in the days of the massacres felt the need to comfort their theses by coming out into the streets and gouging out the dead communards' eyes with the points of their umbrellas. And in the same way those good people near Dachau who, during the extermination of the Jews, presented a complaint to the local authorities because the smoke from the factory was killing the birds in the nearby trees, are the ones who today are speaking of the positive aspects of Nazism. The important thing to note yet again is that there is a moment for examining theory, but there is a time when Minerva's bird must go to sleep, and this is the time for action and the destruction of the enemy. Internationalist action. One less sweatshop. The boss ill-treated us, so we decided to destroy the factory. That is what 3 young workers said at the moment of their arrest, accused of having set fire to the factory that produced bathroom and kitchen furnishings where they worked. The burnt-out factory was the property of Roberto Bonaquisti, its main office in the Prenestina area in Rome. The rebel workers were aged 18, 17, and 16 years. Everything began when the three young workers decided to put an end to their state of super-exploitation a few months ago, and to respond to the humiliation they were being subjected to by their slave driver boss. Beginning with verbal protest, they then moved to a decidedly more incisive form of struggle, direct action and sabotage against the whole productive structure of the factory, including some depots in the outskirts of Rome. So, following a series of small attacks carried out in night raids against the firm, they decided as a final solution to destroy the main depot. This resulted in irreparable damage being done to the machinery. Once highly flammable material caught fire. The three youths were accused of arson, aggravated willful damage, threats, and also aggravated theft, as the investigators maintain that they took away some tools during one of their night visits. This case underscores without half measures the present conditions of exploitation that many young people are living under, employed as apprentice laborers in small and medium industries, which are a clandestine world of production swarming with voracious bosses who are making their fortunes on the skins of those who daily lend them their work power. The thousands of serious and minor accidents that take place every day in these backwoods of metropolitan exploitation, black labor, are immediately covered up by the complicit silence of the press, as well as by the administrators of the local firms, the parties, and the trades unions, who maintain that they are fighting this wild exploitation while drawing up agreements with the bosses and financing them under the table. After all, they create work, don't they? But there are also those who, like these three young workers, not yet perfectly domesticated by capital nor transformed into little soldiers to produce and bow down to the rules of constituted order, and correctly react to the oppression under which they are living. There are those who, delegating nothing to anyone, defend their rights and their dignity by Issue 6-171. Insurgency, rebelling against the world of those exploiters. Our solidarity goes to these three young workers. To set fire to one of capital's productive structures, be it large or small, is a concrete way to begin to oppose in first person the projects of terror brought into the social territory by capital and the state. Leoncavallo. Leoncavallo was a social center for 14 years. Let us say right away that it has never been a haunt of autonomia operaia. I say this to all the idiotic journalists who think they know more than the devil. Certainly, it was a point of reference for communist collectives. Then, with the passing of years, it aggregated comrades of all tendencies, including the libertarian one, in a minority compared to the social center collectives, but not less important. October 18, 1975, the self-managed area committees protested because there was no green space or place in which to meet in the whole area. At the end of this demonstration, an abandoned pharmaceutical factory was squatted. So began the long story of Leoncavallo Social Center, which has seen more than one generation of comrades. August 16, 1989, 8:07 a.m. There is a strange silence in Milan in the streets surrounding Leoncavallo. A battle between the forces of order and the 80 comrades who had barricaded themselves inside all night, who were waiting for the eviction, ready to face and defend the center. Milan is literally deserted. All shops, offices, and bars are closed during Italian capitalism's main holiday week, chosen for the eviction not by chance. Outside at the main entrance, a huge banner, "No threat of eviction will take away the rage and the joy of the struggle." The threat that had been made more and more frequently in recent years became real that morning. An eviction order that had been hastily drawn up by the Milan Magistrates Court in September 1988 was handed in. Barricaded behind the door were various 172 expressions of the Milan, Italian, and European youth movement. It was not a political organization that barricaded itself, as the newspapers were to write afterwards. That morning each person represented a small piece of history and the youth reality that exists in Milan today. At 7:20 the battle begins. Tear gas on one side, stones on the other. The air is suffocating, outside and in. Police and carabinieri start beating up the comrades. Those on the roofs resist, but are targeted by police who get the hospitality of the neighboring flats so as to take easy aim. A gas canister hits one comrade in the back, another in the testicles. A young punk comrade is mistaken for a boy and has her nose smashed by a truncheon by a pig, who apologizes later. All are made to pass through a human corridor to be rounded up, being beaten as they passed. An hour later the bulldozers arrive, and within a few hours the whole establishment, consisting of various buildings, was razed to the ground. At 8:30, the war over, the rest of the comrades are forced down from the roofs by firemen, their eyes red with the fumes of tear gas. They are pushed onto armored police vans outside, the few comrades there in solidarity raise clenched fists and shout slogans. The local people are moved, perhaps they think it is yet another film about the years of lead. The pigs are still searching around the area for fear of having forgotten someone to carry away. At that moment someone remembers Iaio and Fausto, also part of the history of Leoncavallo, murdered on March 18 by fascists/drug pushers. 12 noon, the comrades held at the police station number 55, those under arrest, 26. The charges are resisting arrest, violence against private property, possession of explosive material, and arms of war, 22 Molotovs found inside the social center. After the eviction the comrades immediately began to rebuild the ruins, an attempt to rebuild something that had definitively been destroyed. In the press the first arguments begin. No one wants to take responsibility for what happened. Politicians, the mayor, say they have no idea of where the eviction order had come from. This strange building contractors firm, Scotti, mixed up in other building speculation, is directly responsible, as well as the mayor, the political parties, and the Milan City Council. In reality they were all in agreement. Why believe the promises that were later made to comrades? The only valid response was given the following day in a huge demonstration with comrades from all over Italy, where free rein was given to the rage of these days. But they were only moments because the present-day youth movement is afraid to throw themselves completely and freely against their oppressors. Too many moralists, too many politicians would like to direct the social tension onto peaceful rails, where the struggle is sifted by those who would like to lead the masses and keep them quiet. As anarchists the objectives of these struggles are undoubtedly different from those of other comrades, to undo the mechanisms of power, break the silence on dirty dealing, split/break the monotony, and never let oneself be taken in by the easy promises of politicians in all their guises. Patrizia. The catastrophe psychosis. For a long time now there has been a kind of terrorist blackmail leading to more and more reliance on a policeman-like logic of emergency. The media turns up problems and uses apocalyptic images of imminent catastrophe, pushing great masses of people to mobilize to avoid it. One should ask oneself what lies behind the pictures presented by the media of impending ecological catastrophe, presented as a problem beyond the realm of social relations or class conflict. We have strong doubts about the show of good intentions made by politicians of every kind and color, including the environmentalists, and their sudden interest in the population's health. We think that behind the bombardment of news concerning the ecological red alert in the areas of high industrial concentration where atmospheric pollution safety levels have been amply surpassed, there lies another far less noble battle, a battle for power between the old capitalist industrial class and the new ascending one constituted of the public and private bureaucracy in view of the position the latter have reached within the technological apparatus of capital and the state. We know that the image of the catastrophe, in this case the ecological one, emotively pushes the mass to fight beyond any motivation coming from their own specific condition of exploitation, not so much for social change but to save their own threatened survival. That pushes them to adopt the reasoning leading to the conservation of the present social order. The planet is dying, we all know it. It is full of poison and lacking in oxygen because of atmospheric pollution. The rivers are biologically dead, lakes and seas are reduced to dustbins, a greenhouse effect is produced by the raising of the levels of carbon dioxide thanks also to the massive work of deforestation of one of the main lungs of the earth, the Amazon forest. Growing drought is causing the extension of vast new deserts, and we are assisting in the tragedy of peoples and animal species on their way to extinction, sacrificed to the logic of profit and dominion. Every class that aspires to domination brings with it its own world and its own logic. The ascending bureaucrats are using ecology to accelerate the process of taking over the old world. But what can that cause in the mass, increasingly terrified by the possibility of catastrophe and interiorizing the logic of emergency, if not total adhesion to the repressive codes of behavior dictated by cybernetic power? With scientific punctuality it is inviting millions of proletarianist individuals to participate and mobilize alongside the institutions to create and institute new organisms of control and to sanction new social authorities under the thrust of a new democratic radicalism. Beyond its immediate drama, the Chernobyl. Issue 6-173. Nuclear accident gave capital and all the states the chance to coldly experiment elements upon which to apply repressive projects of control and consensus, precisely by exploiting the idea of a permanent state of emergency. The emergency intervention therefore does not resolve the problem but serves to control in order to eliminate conflict over the social territory through the blackmail of a duty to collaboration between classes. All the emergency measures that are presented as being necessary for the general social interest, in actual fact give way to a process of privilege and submission given the inequality of existing material conditions. The Greens and environmentalist associations are not looking for a solution to the problem of pollution but to a capillary and spreading control in order to make it a source of profit. One discovers that the least polluted parts of the cities are areas destined to the higher social strata. The poor get square meters of cement and waste dumps in the hells in the outskirts. It is time then to unmask their role as the new social pacifiers, who go beyond the spectacle rigged on the blackmail that the planet must be saved at all costs, to themselves managing existing alienation, in an alternative way but always based on exploitation and oppression. We think that the struggle against the domination of man over man is the only basis from which to start. It is the only one capable of attacking those responsible for the destruction of both the planet and social wealth. We must aim concretely towards the liberation of man and nature in the global sense. The Greens and environmentalists are so-called ecologists whose aim is not a clean ecological planet. Their politics are a green apartheid that wants/one green islands destined to the comfort of the privileged. The international environmentalist associations are the multinationals of ecology, capitalism revised and corrected following the damage done by its preceding phase of maximum industrialization. The social struggle in the ecological sense is valid only if it strikes the relationships of dominion, the structures of capital and the state. 174. Showing its subversive force that contains the prospect of a new world, not the alternative management of the old. AIDS and biological warfare. It is hard to imagine that a cure for AIDS would be withheld for economic reasons alone. Could there be some other reason? Despite repeated denials from Defense Department officials, allegations persist that AIDS is a genetically altered virus, deliberately released to wipe out homosexuals and/or non-whites in the USA and reduce populations in third world countries. Circumstantial evidence is quite compelling that the AIDS virus was artificially engineered and planted in several different locations at about the same time through vaccination programs, and possibly blood bank contaminations. At a House Appropriations hearing in 1969, the Defense Department's BW, Biological Warfare Division requested funds to develop, through gene splicing, a new disease that would both resist and break down a victim's immune system. In 1972, the World Health Organization published a similar proposal. /1 An attempt should be made to ascertain whether viruses can in fact exert selective effects on immune function, e.g. by affecting T-cell function as opposed to B-cell function. The possibility should also be looked into that the immune response to the virus itself may be impaired if the infecting virus damages more or less selectively the cells responding to the viral antigen. WHO Bulletin, Vol 47, p. 257-274, this is a clinical description of the function of the AIDS virus. The incidence of AIDS infections in Africa coincides exactly with the locations of the massive WHO smallpox vaccination program in the mid-70s, London Times, May 11, 1987. Some 14,000 Haitians then on UN secondment to Central Africa were also vaccinated in this campaign. Personnel actually conducting the vaccinations may have been completely unaware that the vaccine was anything other than what they were told. Infection hits twice as many blacks, Latinos, and Native Americans as among whites, with death coming 2 to 3 times as swiftly. And over 80% of the children with AIDS and 90% of infants born with it are among those minorities. Ethnic weapons that would strike certain racial groups more heavily than others have been a long-standing U.S. Army BW objective. Harris and Paxman, p. 265. Under the current U.S. administration, biological warfare research spending has increased 500% primarily in the area of genetic engineering of new disease organisms. The discovery of the AIDS virus, HTLV-3, was announced by Dr. Robert Gallo at the National Cancer Institute, which is on the grounds of Fort Detrick, Maryland, a primary U.S. Army biological warfare research facility. The hepatitis B vaccine study in 1978 appears to have been the initial means of planting the infection in New York City. The test protocol specified non-monogamous males only, and homosexuals received a different vaccine from heterosexuals. At least 25 to 50% of the first reported New York AIDS cases in 1981 had received the hepatitis B test vaccine in 78. By 1984, 64% of the vaccine recipients had AIDS, and the figures on the current infection rate for the participants of that study are held by the U.S. Department of Justice, and are unavailable. The AIDS epidemic emerged full-blown in the 3 U.S. cities with organized gay communities before being reported elsewhere, including Haiti or Africa, so it is epidemiologically impossible for either of those countries to be the origin point for the U.S. infections. Another indication that AIDS had multiple origin points is that the 14-month doubling time of the disease cannot nearly account for the current number of cases if we assume only a small number of initial infections starting in the late 1970s. Waves Forest. The violence of poverty. Yet another rape. But today violence against a woman is more amusing if it takes place in a group of at least 14. This is what happened in a village in Sicily, Militello. A 15-year girl was raped by boys between 11 and 18 years, all looking for adventure. An adventure with a girl whose parents had just returned to Sicily after years of emigration. The newspapers point out one particular: the girl, who became pregnant as a result of the rape, was mentally disturbed. Her womanhood, her freedom of choice, is trampled on before she starts. First by her parents, who almost kept the fact hidden because of their shame, then the whole village, who interpreted the event as a boyish prank to defend the rapist kids, then the judge. The girl is being prevented from having an abortion. The village priest shows off his sullen moralism. This time they couldn't even use the alibi of the miniskirt, of the seductive gaze of the continental woman who, they say, attracts men and distracts them from their good feelings of father, husband, or brother. In that environment there is a more subtle violence, a violence that comes from ignorance and fear. The ignorance of the boy rapists who pursue images according to which a woman cannot be considered a human being to be respected and loved. In the South as in the North, sex is still something dirty, composed of violence and abuse. In Milan a girl is raped by a male nurse in a hospital bed. In Tamini station in Rome 80 people stand by and watch an attempted rape take place on a station bench. The rapist was then covered by the crowd and escaped. So, look out. From the tiny Sicilian village to the huge metropole, rape remains the alternative of idiots, the last beach of interior imagination and the incapacity to communicate one's rage in any other way. But in a little village the authority of the priest, the judge, the carabinieri, the public opinion of respectable people who don't want any scandal, bears a fundamental weight on things. In such an environment it is even possible for abortion to be denied to a girl who has been raped. Violence is practically subscribed to by a power structure which itself exercise a double violence on the population, on the girl who must submit to the decisions made by the family and Issue 6-175. The rest of the village, and on the boy rapists. They are all more concerned with obeying laws and morality than about the life of this young woman. We must begin to shout our rage again, but not by asking for more severe laws or the application of new ones. This only helps the system to castrate any possible search for freedom, our own and that of others, men and women alike. If we believe that the practice of rape is born from a precise social condition, then we must not humiliate ourselves with demands for laws that only play the game into the hands of those who rape and exploit us daily. We are not interested in whether those who raped the girl are found guilty or innocent. That would be too easy. We must fight the whole structure that contributes to creating the very idea of violence against women and against emarginated people and proletarians in general. And, as usual, the latter, instead of beating up the bosses, are fighting against themselves, numbing their minds with all the shit that power produces. Violence often grows from conditions of poverty and survival that create the need to possess at all costs what one cannot have through practices of freedom, be it sex or any other part of normal activity. If we want to overcome this profound contradiction between the request to be regimented and a search for liberation within human beings, then we must struggle in our own way and with our own instruments against all the relations of dominion that generate violence. Perhaps that day in Militello the boys would have preferred to have beaten up the priest or to have created some perspective for a less rotten life. Today they are locked up in a cell and are asking themselves why. The state will pardon their misdeed, but they will always remain convinced that all that, even their very punishment, was right and fits into the normal way of things. Patrizia. On the subject of Pinelli. Following the article in Issue 5 re Pinelli's murder in Milan Police Headquarters, an interesting point is made concerning attitudes that prevail in the anarchist movement. There was a general feeling among comrades following Pinelli's murder in Milan Police Headquarters and his flight from the window of Commissioner Calabresi's room, that the state would never get to the bottom of the search for whoever was responsible for our comrade's death. Everyone was convinced that Pinelli's death would remain another state misdeed similar to the Salcedo case in America, which bore incredible similarities to that of Pinelli. A few years later, in May 1972 to be exact, Commissioner Calabresi was shot outside his home in Milan. Comrades felt this was linked to Pinelli's death. Just punishment, for he was responsible for killing him. A good thing, it was thought by many at the time. Then the gossip began. There was a mania for making distinctions and political suppositions. It was said that the secret services were responsible, because the commissioner knew too much about the Milan massacre. Some said it was the work of fascists. A number of comrades even went to the extent of passing this idea off as fact, for example Stuart Christie in his book on Stefano Delce. We cannot say for sure that it was comrades who killed Calabresi. What we can say with certainty is that thousands of comrades were present at Pinelli's funeral and that all of them, to varying degrees, wanted Calabresi's death. One can obviously say it is one thing to want something, another to actually do it. And that is true. But one should not underestimate the capabilities of the revolutionary movement and give too much credit to the forces of state reaction. Revolutionaries are also capable of doing things, and they often do them. Unfortunately, there is an almost masochistic mania among comrades for magnifying the adversary's strength, insisting that the police and the state machinery in general is such that there is little we can do. It should be said in opposition to this way of magnifying the enemy, that if it is right that one should know one's enemy, not for that should we transform it into an omnipotent machine that we can do little against. AMB. In The Shadow of The Gallows. The bloody regime in Botha, South Africa continues to churn out crimes of every kind against the black population, while, apart from their ridiculous sanctions, the EAC countries continue to be their best commercial partners. The international press can also be considered their precise ally, given the silence and distortion of information deliberately carried out concerning the social and political conditions in that country. The foul regime in Pretoria is now preparing itself to carry out yet another in its endless list of crimes, once again raising the specter of the gallows to terrorize the black population and make them desist from their purpose of rebelling, trying to channel their revolt onto the road of a few tepid reforms and an opening of the internal market to black consumerism and an extension of the services sector. Another 14 black people have been sentenced to death, and 12 more await the same fate. They make up the 26 demonstrators arrested during an anti-apartheid demonstration held in the town of Upington in 1985. During the demonstration, a black policeman was killed and all the demonstrators arrested that day were charged with murder. The court has separated the accused into two groups. The first has been found guilty by a white jury, using the infamous amendment to the Penal Code, /1 common purpose. Through this play on words, those accused do not have to be charged with specific offenses, only to have participated in a demonstration attended by hundreds more people. In this way they can be sentenced to death without a trace of evidence. The same logic as that once applied by the Nazis. When one of them was killed, they rounded up all the passers-by in the streets and, applying the concept of /1 common purpose, they chose a number of people at random and shot them on the spot. In the factories, the mines, and every other place of work, racial discrimination presents itself as class discrimination. Not by chance the bosses, directors, and technicians are all white, while the blacks and other non-whites make up the totality of the working class and the most emarginated of the population. Upington is a town in the northwest of the Cape where between 1983 and 86 the black ghetto Pabalilo was the most advanced in the struggle against rent increases, taxes, the constitutional reform swindle, against arrests, and for boycotts of discriminatory schools and white-owned shops. The area was also in the lead concerning repression. All the black organizations were outlawed and their leaders arrested. Death squads killed many anti-apartheid activists. Dozens of black police handed in their demis Zion, councillors disappeared, the mayor handed in his demis Zion and is now one of the Upington 26. There is still a little time left before the multiple gallows of Pretoria Central Prison set to work. They can murder 7 people at a time. This time must be used to carry out initiatives aimed at drawing attention to what is happening in South Africa. Not having recourse to institutions, but making direct pressure, attacking the European and multinational industries that have commercial interests in that country, the banks investing in it, the companies that import agricultural and industrial products, with any means one thinks fit. Nor are we forgetting the lucrative gold commerce with South Africa, which also makes jewelers' shops accomplices to apartheid. We must have confidence in our capacity to struggle and not delegate this to anyone else, or to the field of legalistic international bargaining. It is the task of all comrades and all those fighting for a radical transformation of life to tear the Upington 26 from the gallows. Let us put pressure on the press. Silence on. Issue 6 177. This affair and force them to talk about it. Antagonism as solidarity means only one tiling in this perspective. Milan anarchist group Insurrection. Let's get the state out of RVEN's 1988, an arrogant politician at the head of an indefinable socialist party wants to penalize drug taking. All drugs, except those linked to popular folklore such as alcohol, the one that claims most victims. The proof was given in the United States. It made an epoch. Never was so much alcohol drunk. They called it prohibitionism. Respectable people are singing his praises. Ordinary men feel that they've found a hard for their sphincter. And what is incredible is that credit is given to and time is spent discussing this authoritarian delirium in bars and toilets. Yet another step is being taken into the desert, giving the state new powers over citizens. Another slice of individual freedom is being sacrificed to the crazy monster. Our governors are taking over in a way that is disturbing. Individual freedom was already heavily mortgaged in the period defined as that of terrorism with the shameful Reali law, a worsening of the fascist code that has never been discontinued, sanctified by popular referendum. Italian politicians thus created a new moral figure, the pentito, one who repents to the state, brilliant proof of absolute indifference in the face of the most elementary moral principles. And it is in this way that those who not only plead guilty to the laws of the state but also grass on their comrades are rewarded with freedom and money. They only have to betray their comrades, to collaborate in maintaining the positions of power that had been shaken for a moment. Many on the other hand who refused to become informers were sentenced to decades of prison simply because they were considered dangerous terrorist sympathizers. It is clear that the main interest of the state 178 is to preserve itself, and that is why it is quite prepared to crush the sacred moral principles it claims to be a bastion of, to kick its own laws, the ones it normally uses to inflict centuries of prison on thousands of its citizens. Today, through the insane charisma of one of its most worthy representatives, Craxi, the state wants to steal another piece of individual freedom from us, the possibility of choosing whether to take drugs or not, to feel pleasure or not. We, anarchists, affirm that it is a part of the inalienable rights of the individual to choose whether to use drugs or not, and everything else concerning one's own person, including the loss of health and life, as is happening more and more frequently with the wide use of heavy drugs. If one wants to put a stop to deaths from heroin, this must come from a new individual and social awareness that is incompatible with and suffocated by the state. It will certainly not come about through the imposition of new laws issued directly from the drug trafficking headquarters. The state is not the boss of our lives and bodies as it would have us believe with the law on obligatory organ removal from dead bodies. It cannot set itself up to be the judge of who knows what corrupt constitutional entity. It is the duty of all individuals who want to be free to defend their own freedom to live, to die, to drug oneself from the saccage of the state. Let us prevent the state, improbable moralizer and Craxi, its sex symbol, from laying its hands on our individual freedom, even if it is for our own good. Our good or our ill is precisely our own affair, something that is strictly personal, and we are quite sure it is not the task of the state to judge it. Only the abolition of all laws on drugs will interrupt this massacre, power abuse, continual violence, the corruption, and the dizzy swindles by the drug laws which they now want to make more severe. Only the abolition of laws will be able to blow up the clandestine drug market. The state must not touch free will. It is indispensable to limit the intrusiveness of its great power, to unmask its double role as drug pusher and repressor. Those in power would like to create a nation of state-dependent assisted people. For every bagatelle they want new laws. As usual, there are not enough laws. All the political parties are competing in this game, magnifying the state's discretional power and that of its officials, pigs, and bureaucrats, their power, eroding individual freedom. They want to make us think that everything can be resolved to the tune of laws and decrees. From obligatory crash helmets to euthanasia, the state pokes its nose in, like a sewer rat nibbling away at individual liberty. The state definitely connives in heavy drug dealing. This market is firmly in the hands of the mafia. We also know the latter's secret of eternal youth, living in cohorts with political power. The men of the mafia and the men of the state are indistinguishable. The state intoxicates and incessantly hammers us with the offer of its junk, makes itself indispensable, and gives away a few doses free. Its ideal is a flock of drug addicts, drugged from childhood to the idea of the ineluctability of the state, a pitiful herd of assisted people who can no longer do without it, who make indiscriminate use of its services, no less corrupt servants than their bosses, only more unfortunate. A fix of official forms, queues at the counters, up to the eyes in letters of introduction. The list of toxic state substances as well as heroin and cocaine, is unfortunately very long and painful. DC, PCI, MSI, PSDI, PLIPR, DP, Verdi, political parties, CGIL, CISL, UIL, trades unions, EVA, IRPEG, ILOR, Unatentum, Ticket, Taxes, RI, TV, Mod 101, Mod 740, More Taxes, ENI, IRI, Enemont, Egypt, multinationals, USL, health body, fiscal, more tax, PT, post office, FS, railways, tobacco, alcohol, petrol, carabinieri, police, finance police, army, navy, air force school, elections, judiciary, prison. Whoever recognizes something they cannot do without in these initials is already a drug addict. Issue 6. State, Mafia, Heroin. Abolition of the drug laws. Pause off individual freedom. 179. History, Europe, Insurrection. How we got to attack. Early modern European insurrectionist thinking. Insurrection was a magazine that attempted to articulate a revolutionary perspective in English that largely existed only in Italian, 1982 to 1989. It was the work of Jean Weir, Elephant Editions, Alfredo Bonanno, and a host of anon. In their own words, capitalism contains deep contradictions which push it towards processes of adjustment and evolution aimed at avoiding the periodic crises that afflict it, but we cannot cradle ourselves waiting for these crises. When they happen, they will be welcomed if they respond to the requirements for accelerating the elements of the insurrectional process. In the meantime, foreign ourselves and the exploited masses or insurrection. We must be very clear on this point. The tasks of the anarchist struggle against power can be extremely varied, but all in our opinion must be coherently directed towards preparing the insurrection. In this insurrectionary spirit we publish this omnibus edition, everything short of 30-year-old, time-sensitive report backs. For the creation of indispensable circumstances. Ardent. A.